We are live. Madam Chair, members of the board, we are together again, at least most of us, in a hybrid. I know there's a song to that. Who sings that song? It's an old country song. Together again. Well, in this case, most of us are here. Many others, we have county leadership, elected and appointed officials and their staff may also be remoting. We have a couple of board members who are remoting today as well. And we have today in the room with us, of course, the public can see with a camera, Chair Horstman, Supervisor Vasquez, Vice Chair Vasquez, and Supervisor Fowler. Too many things crossing my mind. So Madam Chair, we are beginning today in a couple of weeks, yes, our legacies. A couple of weeks of conversations regarding the budget for this next fiscal year. We are looking at this as a new experience because we are in the room together. We're also beta testing new technology that provides us the opportunity to provide hybrid delivery of board proceedings in the future. And so there will be some bugs to work out. And I always refer to the analogy of the first pancake. It may not be perfectly round, but the ingredients are okay and it tastes pretty good. And so we'll consider today the first pancake in this process. We're going to begin a little backwards. We're going to start with the department meeting materials. And we're doing this because I know we have a board members in transit to be here in person. So I'm going to start with that. But with regard to some of the housekeeping rules, so cell phones and your video on your cell phones, at least for all of us here in the room that carry several phones, make sure you're on vibrate. Also, the technology that we're using, we've enabled video through the system and not through your laptops, and so and as well as the audio, I believe. And so all that's been disabled, or it should be not enabled at your stations. The format for today is we'll be providing the entire day, and I don't believe it's going to take a day. I think the materials that we're going to be providing to you can be wrapped up early afternoon, but we will have breaks, of course, mid-morning and mid-afternoon, and lunchtime we will have a longer break for lunch. Let's see, what else am I missing? Anything else? Okay. So materials in your books, program information, accomplishments, challenges, org chart, financial information, and increment funding request forms. So all of these are in. This is the format for each of the departments and the constitutional officer presentations, and so that's consistent throughout. And so you've already discovered that in the board books that were delivered to you on Thursday rather. So again, I want to credit, of course, the finance budget team, our office upstairs, and others who worked diligently to compile the information, worked through the weekend. In fact, the PowerPoint that we're going over was finished last night, and certainly we would have in a different time more opportunity to have had conversations with departments and elected officials with recommendations, also compiling information. However, the emergency situation that arose last week effectively reprioritized our work for all of us, board, staff, and all. And so certainly want to serve the public as we can, but it did provide a little bit of a delay in some of the processes and some of the materials that you received today. So again, just wanted to going forward. Department meeting, the agenda for that each department will be asked to follow is to provide an overview of the department, welcome introductions, and an overview, fiscal 22, this current fiscal year, department highlights, And then also department vision for the next 2 to 5 years is included in that a discussion on service delivery. And one of the things that we've been talking about this year with some of the departments is when we look at some of the departments and also the elected official constitutional offices, what does build out look like? What does the organization, particularly the organization that's going to be presenting to you today, or excuse me, in the next 2 weeks, what does that look like? Because I think it provides an opportunity for staff as well as the board to know what the vision of that department is. And what is build out? I kind of refer to it as build out. What does build out look like? And this is a very important piece of information in order to put context, create the context around the requests that are coming in through the budget process. And so having that big picture, setting the context is important, and we've asked departments to provide that as well. The 23 annual plan is also, we've also asked for that in terms of what's happening going forward for fiscal year 23. Also looking at the legislative landscape. Of course, this year has been very active. It almost seems more active than previous years legislatively. And many of the conversations that are happening at the state legislature have direct impacts on counties, particularly departments and in some cases, constitutional offices. And so providing an opportunity for departments to share what the legislative landscape looks like is very important for us again, to create context. And then from there, we'll go into the fiscal year 23 funding requests. And we've asked departments to prioritize those, and they will be going over that. And then I think probably the most important part of the discussion of the time together is board discussion. So we've asked departments to meter your time very, very carefully so that we're not, going into, the last 15 minutes, and then we're creating a discussion that really may be taking longer than that. So we'll be keeping track of that time and maybe respectfully nudging departments to wrap up. We gave them a time frame in terms of how much time of that time that we've allotted should be devoted to each of those areas. And so again, board discussion and questions is very important, a very important part of the time together. Meeting standards, and you'll see here some of the meeting standards, and departments receive this. They'll plan their budget discussions to fit within the agenda and time allotted to them. The greater of 10 minutes or 25% is scheduled reserved for board. I think we may need to have more time just based on some of the departments and the constitutional offices as well. But that would be at least a minimum. All increment requests will be explained during the allotted time, and then any presentations will be provided to the budget team in advance. And we did receive that information, and will be designed in such a way that meets the time management objectives that we've created. We've asked for department leadership. Appointed departments, constitutional officers will be presenting to you in person. The other staff that would be supporting those individuals will be connecting remote. So again, our goal is to not load too much of the room up because we don't have a large room to begin with, but it provides the opportunity as an organization for us to get used to this type of format. Prior to COVID and prior to remote work life, we would often have a variety of staff, and we certainly do not discourage that. But I think it makes better use of everyone's time to be remote, be able to multitask and still listen in on the proceedings and your discussions, as they're very insightful for all of us, regardless of the department or the office is presenting again. It's very insightful. And that is my concluding remarks. Where are we going from here? Okay, back. Supervisor Begay, how close are you to arriving downtown? Supervisor?
She's on mute while she's driving.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Judy, how close would you be to arriving downtown?
Probably I'm by Hanks right now.
Okay.
30 minutes or so.
Okay. We'll
But
proceed.
I'm listening.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as you can listen and you can hear what we're presenting, is the audio coming across okay? Okay, so we're gonna proceed with the presentation as we wind out. So, and again, Madam
Steve?
Chair, yes, sir.
Pause for a second. So did we call the meeting to order? We were muted on this end, so we didn't know what was going on in the boardroom.
I don't believe we have. That's why I was asking if there was an agenda. So I do think we should call the meeting to order retroactively. And I think it'd be good just to, for the board members to state they're present. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I'm a supervisor for District 1, also the board chair. And it's good to be with everyone this morning. And I just want to thank the staff for their diligence on getting these materials together for the budget. It was a tremendous effort and we thank you very much. So District 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and Vice Chair. Welcome and thank you, staff, for putting this all together. It seems like just yesterday we were doing budget for last year. It came quick. Thank you.
And District 3.
All right, this is Matt Ryan attending by Zoom. I'm a little under the weather. And as a preventative measure, also, I'm staying away until I can come back, but I'll be on via Zoom, listening for the most part.
Thank you. And District 4. Judy.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. We have a long week, so I'm looking forward to it and see what kind of decisions we can make, as far as the budgets are concerned. And I want to say thank you to my colleagues and administration and the staff that are on the line here. So thank you so much. Bye.
And District 5. Thank you, County Manager.
Okay, Madam Chair, again, welcome to everyone. I've already gone over the fact that we are doing hybrid technology today. I want to let the folks know in the room that you are on camera, and then also audio is in the room. Even without mics, the PA system will catch conversations. And so I want to make sure that even side chats may be audible. And so again, please be reminded of that. And I know we've all had the fear of hot mic moments, and so please be aware. Opening remarks. First of all, introducing the team that we have here: Siri, Fong, John, Brandon, Esler, Corey, and others. We have Megan also, who's our recently appointed director, and many others who have worked, as I said, long hours to provide the information that you've received today. And I indicated, as a result of the emergency situation we were in, some of the materials and processes were a little bit delayed, but again, we're here today together. Just over a year ago, I had the opportunity to join the organization, and I think I probably had one of the best onboarding experiences possible. And I came just as we were beginning budget discussions with departments and elected officials. And again, to have the opportunity to reacquaint myself with base budgets and budget requests in the process was really, as I said, a very formative onboarding experience. And so I appreciate the opportunity to do that. At that time, local government jurisdictions across the country were learning of the passage of the American Rescue Plan. And it was ultimately signed by the president on March 11th, and it provided a lot of resources for local governments to address budgetary needs. Our first tranche or payment arrived mid-May, and while the second year is actually due anytime, it's a year later, it was also provided a very coincidental opportunity for us as an organization to factor in some of the funding that would be eventually received through American Rescue Plan into our own budget process. And you'll remember often throughout that discussion, a lot of check marks went into the ARPA eligible column. And I think for us and you as well, probably the most important part of that is the needs of the departments and the constitutional officers was great. And so I've said this oftentimes through the budget process, but had we not had the funding through the American Rescue Plan, today's discussion and budget, proposed budget, would be very different. It would be very different because while the funding came at the right time, the need was always there. The needs escalated in some areas escalated during COVID, but the need was there. So had we not had the funding from ARPA, I think again, we would be having a very different discussion today, and we would have had a very different budget going into this year. And so again, we certainly want to make sure that we acknowledge the coincidence of and the good coincidence of receiving the ARPA funding. One of the areas that when the ARPA funding regs came out from Treasury that it did not include were impacts for the criminal justice system. And they were great. They continued to be. And so with that, we did lobby through our folks and staff and our consultant lobbyists, the ability for local governments, particularly Coconino County, to include criminal justice impacts into the ARPA framework. And with that, it was received favorably and factored into as well. And so we quickly mobilized. And since then, we've been having many discussions with individuals, not only in courts, but Health and Human Services, the Superintendent of Schools Office, and other areas within the county on how we're programming these dollars out. Just this last week, we completed the work on the community partnership portion of that. You'll recall we had to retool our process to include a request for information that would lead to an RFP, request for proposal. And we did receive good feedback from the request for information process that we'll be building into an RFP process that we'll be delivering discussion to the board next week on. And so the RFI to RFP, and then going out to the community to identify potential community partnerships that would include some opportunity for jurisdictions to receive funding through an intergovernmental agreement. So again, those processes are in place now. Those are just my introductory comments for today. Our discussion overview, you can see on the screen here, Budget 101, financial planning, the 22 forecast, the 23 budget outlook with major assumptions, investment needs recommendations and investment needs, and then department meeting overview. We just covered that. I don't, nor do I believe the staff anticipate this is going to be an all-day gathering. I would imagine that we will be going through materials, of course, throughout the morning. We'll have our breaks, and then I would anticipate that mid-afternoon at the latest we'll be able to break for the day, because again we have a meeting tomorrow, so we have to prep for that. So it is on, it's constant, it seems. So again, today is devoted to deliberately going over this information. Some of the information is going to be you'll know from your time on the board. Other information is going to be some updated information, but it also provides the opportunity for the public to know and to learn about the budgeting process here at the county. And so there are a lot of benefits for a lot of different stakeholders that are participating in this day today. As I indicated, we'll be having the discussion, basic fundamental information today, and then tomorrow and throughout the week, and then into next week, we'll have the department responses as well, or the opportunities to visit with departments individually. Any questions before I proceed? Okay. How's this? My best Barry White. Okay, we're going to start with Budget 101. And so I'll go over the first slides. I will be presenting, Siri will be presenting, and Erica Philpott will be presenting. But I have asked also Sue and Lucinda to weigh in as items come up, and they will have the opportunity to do that as well. So I will take it away from here. First slide covering the types of fund categories that we have here at the county. You see government funds, proprietary and fiduciary funds, and then under each of those topics or bullets, subheadings, government funds in the area of general funds, special revenue, debt, capital, and proprietary you'll see here, and then fiduciary. Quickly up on the top for government funds, government funds are included in the county budget. All fund types are included in the financial statement that provide reporting opportunities and the net position. There's a difference between budget and audited financial statements. Government funds make up the official county budget, though we do budget for the internal service fund as a guideline. And then the remainder of our discussion, of course, will be focused on the government funds. And so again, that's a very broad definition in some of the categories we work within. Government funds, the general fund is the single largest fund, while all county expenditures must serve a public purpose and follow any other relevant state statutes. The use of general fund resources is otherwise unrestricted and able to be allocated as determined by the board. So again, it's the largest fund, provides the opportunity within our statutes, within department missions and obligations, provides the opportunity for the Board of Supervisors through the budget process to allocate those funds accordingly. Special revenue funds, however, are for a restricted purpose, and these may be grant funds that come with outcomes and allowable uses under that particular grant agreement, or special taxing district funds, special taxing funds, where the use is outlined in statute. And so again, some restriction there. The county does have a few major taxing districts, and we'll go over those in the course of today, that provide most other department special revenue funds like the jail district and the sales tax for that, as well as the transportation fund. The county has one debt service fund, and this is the one that we created just recently with the issuance of debt for the public safety retirement system, and that we were basically buying down some of our unfunded liability, and that was created through an issuance of debt. And so again, we'll be talking about similar. We did that, and we're actually contemplating a second similar issuance for the Arizona State Retirement System to do the same thing. And the advantage of those two issuances will be to provide some reduction in the annual payments for those systems. And so it does create some savings with regard to the monthly obligations and the annual obligations for those two systems. And then in the area of capital project funds, you can see here the bullet here, and these are reserved for major capital projects. And typically these are managed by facilities and parks and recreation. Key dates. So you'll see here the dates in front of you today throughout this week. Let me back up a little. Last week, 2 weeks ago, we started discussions with departments, and those discussions, as I said, were very informative and yielded a lot of good information regarding the budget presentations that you're going to be receiving this week and next week. This week and next week, you'll see the bolded book here, lettering. We're here to have the discussions with departments and elected officials. Tentative budget adoption is planned for June 7th. Just a quick note on the tentative budget. Once the tentative budget is adopted, we cannot exceed that. And so that's a very important milestone. So when we're creating all of the work that goes into the budget process, is that once we set that tentative budget, adopting the final budget cannot be higher than the tentative. And so just want to make sure that that's part of it too. Let's see, and this is in state statute. Let me go back. In terms of the tentative budget, it establishes the expenditure ceiling. This is in state statute, and emergencies, grants, and other foreseen events cannot alter this maximum, but instead causes it. If we do adopt it too low, we would have to reallocate within the ceiling those reallocations to deal with emergencies. And so we tend to create the capacity and budget high, because we need to have that capacity to provide services to the public. The county will also notify taxpayers with regard to the budget process of our intent to levy property taxes, and then we hold what is called the Truth in Taxation Hearing, TNT. And so we do anticipate that with our recommendations and the fact that we do have assessed increase in terms of valuation, we will be having required to hold a Truth in Taxation hearing this year as well. And then on June 23rd, when we do the TNT hearing and the final budget, the public, the taxpayers will have the opportunity to attend the public hearing and give input on the tax rate, and then create a roll call vote is then held to adopt the rates and also to adopt the final budget. Our new fiscal year begins on July 1st, as most local governments, and that is when the budget that we are developing begins. Tax rates will be adopted later on August 9th. And while the county does not have any control over most of the tax rates, the majority of the tax rates do appear on the tax bill because the county is, through the county treasurer, is the tax collector. And I think sometimes we have to also make sure that our public is aware of that. Years and years and years ago, we did not have back then, I think, an involved enough process. And now with, of course, with our treasurer, Sarah Benatar and others, we're able to provide taxpayers with the information on who to contact, because as the taxpayer, we would often receive questions and calls about other jurisdictions' tax rates. And so having that information now readily available, we can directly refer individuals to the appropriate taxing jurisdiction. So again, we are the tax collector, and that's why we do, and the board does take the action of adopting tax rates. The development budget annual process for the development of the budget, you can see the red circle is we are here. And when you go to the mall and you need to find out where you're at, you are here. Today, we're providing the opportunity for the board to have meetings and create the tentative budget. The budget development process it's an annual process, and it's a 12-month conversation. We monitor budgets with departments. We report out on budget activity. And so, of course, it's an ongoing conversation. We start with departments doing the work of forecasting their revenues and expenses and evaluating their needs and developing recommendations that you will see today. And so earlier this year, we've asked departments looking forward, what does your expenditure look like? And then we're forecasting that as well as the revenues so that we can have a good idea of what the financial position of the organization is going to be as we near the end of the fiscal year so that we can allocate them for the following year. The board may make adjustments to the recommendations. Of course, that's always the process. You are in your role of governance, have the opportunity to take the recommendations that I've provided to you, ask questions and reallocate or make changes to the recommendations as you all feel is necessary. Again, once the final budget is adopted, the new fiscal year begins and the finance team will begin to monitor performance against the budget and, of course, keep the board informed of through the budget outlook process throughout the year and through monthly financial updates. So again, more conversation on process. Budget requirements. And so the information that you see here is from the Uniform Accounting Manual for Arizona counties. The budget forms from the Auditor General must be used to adopt the budget, and the board's responsibility is to adopt the budget for all county officers, both elected and appointed. And we also discussed, as I said, the requirement this year for a TNT hearing. So again, you can see from the slide, self-explanatory with regard to the role of the Auditor General, the Board of Supervisors, and the tentative budget, which is adopted on or before the third Monday in July. And then we also publish that information as required. And then finally, the TNT hearing. Additional budget requirements, also from the Uniform Accounting Manual. Additional requirements that you will see here, as mentioned already. Total expenditures in the final budget may not exceed the tentative budget. We already went over that in terms of the tentative budget is very important, and the final budget cannot exceed that. And that sets the county spending ceiling for the year. Let's see, we cannot spend money for a purpose that is not included in the budget. And so that's really important when we look at our budget, and our budget is a story. And if you look at our annual budget book, it provides, as you know, in addition to the financial information, it provides a history of the county. It provides the value statements. And we've often talked about a budget is really a statement of values. It's a statement where you as the governing board, along with input from the other elected officials and appointed department heads, choose to allocate funding for. And so again, it certainly is, as I said, the statement of values that's very important to the public. And so you'll see here, the Board of Supervisors, as I said, may transfer monies if all the following apply, and then you can just see, I won't go through all of it, but again, additional budget information is provided here. The county must adopt a balanced budget for each fund every year. And that's very important process. Obviously, a balanced budget is defined as revenues and any other available resources against expenditures. This means that fund balance accumulated in prior years may be used in a subsequent year so that expenditures are greater than revenues in that year, but the gap is filled with forecasted fund balance revenue resources. And so, again, the budget, when we look at the revenues received in one year and the expenditures, we can always look at, and we have used fund balance that we have in the county to use to fill that gap. Financial planning, and I'll just speak to this very quickly. So the next section is on financial planning. The county has a well-established history of responsible planning in the area of financial planning, which has helped us through the ups and downs. And we have, of course, creates financial stability and has proven to be very successful. And that's our 10-year budget outlook. This actually came as a result of Mr. Mike Townsend and others who helped us create this framework. And certainly Mike has taken his expertise as the administrator of the public safety retirement system. And so kudos to Mike and his good work. Financial planning is the cornerstone of our budgeting process. We hope to emphasize throughout this today and other days how long-term financial planning plays a role in the recommendations coming forward to you for consideration. It also provides the opportunity to demonstrate the planning provides the opportunity to demonstrate the long-term sustainability of major initiatives. And today and throughout the couple of weeks, we'll be talking particularly of all of the needs, but when we talk about compensation, and we've had conversations and we presented last week on some of the needs that we need to be able to address through a compensation fund. And so that will be discussed as well. The other issue, of course, we talk about is how do we insulate the county for uncertain future events? In our past, the big event that occurred was the Great Recession that occurred in 2007, 8, and 9. And some of our board and others were at the county at that time, but you were all in this community. And so you saw firsthand the impact of that to the community. And as an organization, how do we plan for it? It is going to happen, hopefully not that great, but recessions are going to occur in the future. And so being able to have a financial planning process that helps plan for those and anticipate those is important. Inflation is a big, important issue right now. Inflation has not been this high in 40 years. And so inflation, which is, the increasing cost of services, plays a big part of how we're planning for the future. And then also we look at world events. Certainly the tragedies and the unfortunate events that are happening in Ukraine, miles away, but still have and are having impact on our national economy and local economy as well. So again, we monitor all events near and far. We are committed to continuing financial planning processes and modeling. This has served us well in the past, and we're not proposing any changes in how we've planned at this point in time. Next slide, financial goals of the county include accountability to citizenry, our citizens, our taxpayers, our residents, accountability to them, stewardship of public resources and the purposes for which they're intended. As stewards of the public funds, our organization, like many local governments and other public agencies, are responsible for being good stewards and being good fiduciaries of that responsibility. Is a trust we don't ever want to have weakened in any way, shape, or form. Financial planning goals help us assess whether current year revenues are sufficient to pay for services provided in that year. And oftentimes, as it is in most local governments, the needs far outweigh the resources available. And so choices and priorities need to be established in order to serve the public. We also want, of course, look at not burdening taxpayers for services that are provided by other agencies. I want to call out in this particular bullet, though, the need and the important role that nonprofits play in our community. And so when we look at services provided by other agencies, I would include in this category nonprofits. So we look at nonprofits that serve the public. They serve a lot of different dimensions of our community. And I think oftentimes they're categorized as feel good. Well, you know, certainly they do good work, and certainly the philanthropic community is important, but they also serve an important purpose in providing needed and critical services. When you look at some of the conditions of hunger and housing, abuse, environmental protection, animal welfare, the list goes on and on and on. I often talk about imagining a community with no nonprofits. It would be a very different feel. Our county would feel very differently if we did not have the vibrancy of nonprofits that fill a very important public role. And so we're thankful to partner with nonprofits. You know, we talk about the types of services that are covered by the private sector and the government sector. And then there's the sector of our economy and our community that's covered by nonprofits. So again, they play a key role in our work here at the county. So benefits to them, or kudos to them. Financial planning goals should also, of course, look at protecting county's capital investments. And so building into our capital investments appropriate maintenance and repair and replacement is important, because I think we've all been in facilities and buildings that may not have, because of other challenges, not have been able to maintain over life cycle. And so being able to invest in protecting investments is important. And then also realistically presenting the financial health of the county. And so that is why, of course, as a local government, it's transparency. Our proceedings today are not only being viewed by individuals real time here today, we're also recording it. And so the proceedings, and for those of you, and there are those some in this world that love to sit down and watch proceedings of local governments, I can tell you, when I travel to another city or town, I love to find the government channel and listening on. I do. I'm a geek. You know, they're geeks though. But again, it's transparency. It's being able to provide the opportunity for our citizens, and in a county as large as we have, the opportunity to listen to what's going on. This is their county. We're their stewards of the operations at this particular point in time. So again, these goals are incorporated into the budget process, along with policies, goals, and priorities of the county, to develop a budget that works to meet the needs of all citizens in Coconino County. And so, as I said, we're very tied to our financial planning process, our long-term financial planning process, for good reason. Next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about, I guess, any questions or comments at this point, Madam Chair?
Members of the board, any questions or comments? And I appreciate this overview. It's great to frame our responsibilities and kind of get our heads around what our real goals are in doing this budget. It's going to be a hard process. So thank you.
So I'll proceed, Madam Chair. The next slide is financial planning, more financial planning. And I'm reminding myself for Supervisor Begay's benefit, I'm going to read a little bit more into the slide because she's en route. So the first bullet, from 5-year forecasting to 10-year forecasting. Again, we value a 10-year look. It provides a longer term look. I think at times we ask ourselves, oh, why are we trying to solve for 10 years down the road? And that's a very important, relevant question. And we feel that looking out provides the opportunity to make better decisions at the shorter term. And so we do look at the out years here. We know that, as I said, recessions occur. So there's cyclical, every 10 years, probably a little sooner than that, probably every 5 to 7 years is probably the cycle for recessions. And we want to make sure that we plan accordingly. And then the final bullet here is aligning reoccurring expenses with reoccurring revenues. And the slide shows on the left column mandates, and then a column for mandates, wages, benefits, core operations. And above the line, those are items that we either have to legally provide or we need to provide them, period. We need to have, we need to satisfy or fulfill our role as a county. And we are a creature of the state. We're a subdivision of the state of Arizona. And everything we do must be within statute. And so we have to provide those services. And that's above the line. Wages and benefits. We have to have a staff and a team that provides services to the public as well as funding for core operations. And so we look at reoccurring revenues to fund this portion or this part of the organization. So reoccurring is important. Below that, one time, we look at other one-time expenditures. We may have some incremental growth in certain programs, some one-time revenues we can apply to that. Repair and replacement, small FMP and CIP projects and operations that are one-time. Again, looking at our own personal, how we even conduct our own personal finances. Being able to purchase a vehicle, knowing that you're going to have a monthly obligation to that. But if I say to myself, well, I have enough for today's down payment, but I don't know about the ongoing financing, that's not looking ahead. And so really want to look at the types of things that we do for that. I also want to include in this slide reference to the American Rescue Plan again. And a year ago, we were looking at the recommendations that I made to the board. They were challenging recommendations. You all had very, very important questions, but the theme from that discussion was, how do we sustain this going forward? And I will tell you, certainly we are dealing with the critical needs that we had to deal with regard to the budget. Sustainability going forward is looking at rearranging priorities. And so some areas we are looking at addressing the increases that were brought about through COVID, particularly in the criminal justice area, to deal with what we refer to as the bubble or the backlog. And so we look at certain areas. I'm not calling that particular area of the county out, but similar areas to look at how have we dealt with the emergency at hand, and are we able to reprogram to go back to the way it was prior to that. So again, that'll be an important question as we transition more towards the ending of the ARPA project. So all of our ARPA activity with regarding to funding positions need to be concluded by December of 2024. It's not that far away. And then fully expended, I believe, 2025 or 6. I forget. But this thing is going to wrap up. Talked about the mandates and personnel that are above the line, below the line. And then a final note, it's also important to understand financial planning in the area of recessionary planning. We look at that as something to account for and build into the budget. So recessionary planning model does not mean the county under forecasts a recurring revenue in order to limit essential spending and growth. And so you will see the slides again speaks to what we do on that area. This passage from GFOA is a very important one. I will read it for the benefit for those that may not have a slide in front of them. So best practices for government finance officers. Most state and local governments are subject to a requirement to pass a balanced budget. However, a budget may fit the statutory definition of a balanced budget, but may not, in fact, be financially sustainable. So again, we can create what we call a balanced budget, but may not be not being able to be financially sustainable is important. For example, a budget that is balanced by such standards could include the use of non-recurring resources such as asset sales or revenues to fund ongoing expenditures, and thus not be in structural balance. A true structurally balanced budget is one that supports financial sustainability for multiple years into the future. The government needs to make sure that it is aware of the distinction between satisfying the statutory definition and achieving a true structurally balanced budget. And so again, I'll highlight the word, balanced budget up above and financially sustainable. And going back to what we just had our discussion, the county's long-term financial planning process is based on industry best practices. And the county, I would say, and boldly say, is a leader in implementing this model. There are some, other words of guidance of note. A balanced budget may not, in fact, be financially sustainable. And then referring back to the prior slide, we just talked about expenditures are being funded with one-time revenue. Revenues of budget may be balanced on an annual. So again, looking at what we're doing, we feel helps us implement and sustain this best practice of looking longer term. Next slide, maintaining in terms of desired outcomes, maintaining service continuity independent of annual revenues or just annual revenues. Again, looking at the longer term. We want a desired outcome, planning for compensation and prioritizing employees. And so we'll talk more about that throughout the couple of weeks. But having a workforce of dedicated county members, as we do, is important in executing the public's will here. We don't want to have layoffs. Back in the Great Recession, many of us were here at the county at that time, Supervisor Fowler and Ryan. And we got through that without any layoffs. I think we had one adjustment for a grant program. But again, it provided the opportunity for us to keep the family together. I always refer to this place as a family. And to the credit of everyone, we all came together and filled what need we could. We had many that donated annual leave to keep employees afloat. Some positions went to part-time. And so we all pulled and rallied around the fact that we could get through this. And we did get through this without any layoffs. And so really credit to the organization of leadership and the governing board then. We also want to avoid recurring budget cuts and avoid the grow, reduce, grow model. And so sometimes with just the kind of the cyclical nature of governments, where funding comes in and then you staff up, you build up, you create programs, and then you go down when the program, when funds, contract. And, having served in social services for many years, one of the big frustrations is when we create programs one year and then they go away because the services contract, so individuals and the public are not served, and it really is a real challenging way to do it. It's not to say that we will not make adjustments. The county receives many, many grants, and with the direction and the input from the department that has that grant, we may be looking at that time it's served its purpose. Issues evolve over time, and we may be changing that service to a different model. So it's not to say that what we did today is going to be here forever, but that, as I said, having a budget process that helps avoid the ups and downs is really important for the variety of reasons that we just talked about. It's called the long-term view, if you will. Additional slides, proven successes. So I said we've survived the Great Recession, fewer impacts than most local governments and state as well. Next, we provided emergency funding for events that happen. Schultz, museum, tunnel, COVID. It seems that others, Tinder fire. We've been very busy in regards to responding to emergency events, and having capacity within the budget to address these needs is critical. We also, of course, secured funding to provide additional support for our employees during COVID. We did not have experienced any layoffs. We provided additional supports with leave and other accommodations. We recently adopted a leave bank policy for those employees that may be evacuated. And we did, in fact, have that last week with the tunnel fire, in which some of our employees were evacuated. and did not have they were dealing with the most important thing in their mind was their family and their home. Probably not on the top of their list is I need to get to work today. And we didn't want that. And so having leave to help support employees through these events is important. In 17, 18, and 19, we've had funding set aside for our ERP, our enterprise resource planning system that we were affectionately known as Munis. Others have other affectionate terms for that. But this is the brain of our operation. It manages our financial systems, our HR systems, our accounts payable, receivable, payroll, all of these items, a multi-million-dollar investment in an ERP. And so we did that, provided that today. It's in place now. We also paid down our public safety retirement debt, and we'll be doing a similar process for Arizona State Retirement. Again, looking at that as a methodology or a way to reduce our annual obligation and create additional capacity in the budget. And then with that, we have gone, in fact, we were just last week with the rating agencies, presentations, myself and Siri and others, at this point in time have a AA, the stable outlook bond rating, and that was in 2021. So again, all of these things help, I think, provide to each of you and the public as well, proof of our successes in financial planning. Any comments or questions? This next slide is a doozy. I might have to call Siri up here to help me. But I want to explain some of the slides that I would typically just punt over because it helps me, get a deeper understanding and appreciation for the work that the budget does every day. So the chart highlights, excuse me.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I just got your, yes. I think there's a couple comments that want to be made. Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, going back to slide 15 just for a moment, for the financial planning and desired outcomes, avoid layoffs, avoid reoccurring budget cuts, avoid the grow, reduce, grow model. And we read, they are objectives that we set to create stability. However, in budgeting, it doesn't stop us from continuing to consider the functional application or appropriateness. So as we go through regular budgeting, it's not like it's locked in stone or anything like that. There's always a good chance to pause and say, why are we doing it this way? But the intent of the slide is more of how do we create the stability while we're conducting services as we've deemed appropriate. So just a quick comment on that. The other one that I have a quick question on is we have a AA rating. I thought we had a AAA rating, and I'm curious about our rating. And
I'll have to defer. I'll ask Siri to respond. I know we just finished conversations with our rating agencies.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan and members of the board. We do have a AA rating currently. That was our first rating that we have received in several years. We did not go through a revised rating call this year. They decided to maintain our outlook, but we are in the process now of getting an updated bond rating since we are considering the Arizona State Retirement System debt. And so we hope to even possibly improve. That is a very positive, that's a very strong debt rating, the AA stable. So if we can go up and reduce our costs even further on our next debt issuance, that would be fantastic. We are hoping to do that.
Okay. And I'll probably follow up more with you, Siri, but that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other comments? I would make a comment, and that is, the avoid the grow, reduce, grow model. We see that so much, not in Coconino County, thankfully, but we do see that in a number of other municipalities and, quite frankly, nonprofits. And that's one of the concerns I think many of us and the board have expressed with regards to ARPA. We used our ARPA funding. Thank you, federal government, for our ARPA funding. We needed it. And, but we did actually fill a lot of needs, ongoing needs here in the county with that. So as we move forward, I think it's going to be really important for us to remember that and consider that as we move forward for the type of budget stability that Supervisor Ryan is talking about. Any other comments from board members? Hearing none, please proceed, County Manager.
Thank you. The chart that you see highlights an actual history of revenues compared to the sustainable growth model used to forecast revenues. The red line of the chart represents what our revenues would have been at a growth rate, at a growth rate of actual county population and actual CPI for that year. So again, the red you see here, the black dots are the actual revenues the county received in state shared tax distribution. And so you'll see the differences between the red line and the black dots. Under our financial planning model, we consider our recurring revenues the red trend line, and growth or recession periods are when the actuals deviate from that line. And so you can see the deviations are very obvious. The one that occurred in 01 was again a deviation as well as the one that occurred with regard to 11 and 12, actually the Great Recession, and that was actually 8, 9, and 10. So again, as I said, for example, in the early 2000s, there was a period of growth, and revenues grew more quickly than the sustainable level, and you see the increase there. And the true was in 2006, and during that time, the county replenished reserves and used additional one-time capacity for one-time investments. And so again, when things were good, we took advantage of that, replenished some of our reserves. And then the Great Recession, you see here is the dip where the revenues fell well below the sustainable line, and revenues were then used to maintain service continuity. And so our revenue smoothing, if you will, helped us plug the gap that you saw between revenues and expenses. And that was an important feature of our financial planning, is creating we call it revenue smoothing, so that when we are receiving higher than anticipated revenues, we're replenishing reserves, but then when we're not, we have those reserves to fall back on, and then we're not contracting or not providing services as was the case in some other jurisdictions. So again, the Great Recession represents more significant losses than prior recessions. And then we can see in 2001 and 2, for example, the economy was in a recession and fell below the line, but the impact and duration was less than the Great Recession. So recessions, and I'm certainly not an economist, but you're either going to see the V shape when it goes down very quickly, or it's going to be something that is less than that. I don't know what it's called, but it's kind of a gradual. It may go down. The V shape may happen quickly, so the recession may be shorter and deeper, and other recessions may be not as severe but longer. And so certainly the economic outlook for our nation economy right now, we're monitoring that very closely for those reasons. Given the severity of the Great Recession, the county took a three-pronged approach to budget solutions, which included using, as I said, revenues, as well as developing other revenue sources and implementing a one-time budget reduction strategy to maintain a balanced budget. And so going to budgeting. So as an organization, we've done this in the past where we've had to contract, we've had to reduce budgets. One of the items that I'm going to be asking for with departments and our constitutional officers in the coming few months is for us to start to develop a plan if we have to cut back. And I think oftentimes we tend to begin emergency planning when we're in the emergency. Not the best time to do that. And so I'm going to be asking for the constitutional officers and requesting departments this year in the next few months, first quarter, if you will, of the first fiscal year, to create a cutback plan. Again, we don't know when that may happen, but again, I don't want us to be doing that in the midst of an emergency. And so the cutback plan, probably 10, 15, 20%. I think we need to have that. We're good. We're emergency planners. We do that all the time here at the county for the public. But as an organization, we will be doing the same thing in planning ahead and planning for those what ifs. And so looking at this opportunity when we are actually in a period of time when our revenues are better than anticipated is the time to look at the what ifs going ahead. Also want to make note that with regard to state mandates, state mandates themselves may have cost escalators and outpace our revenue growth and may result in reallocations in lieu of just incremental increases. An example of a mandate relates to Title 36 and restoration of competency. Certainly those programs are intended to support the most vulnerable. And we do not want to ever minimize the impact of those individuals and the value of their lives. On the budgetary side, it is challenging to try to predict it. And so with regard to legal defense from public defender and legal defender, all of these are case-driven. The cases that come through the door, those are the cases we're going to serve. And that's an example of a mandate that we have no choice. We will continue to provide those services. At the same time, with regard to the revenue side of that may mean in some cases we're having to reallocate other priorities in order to satisfy mandate. And then we may have other mandates where providing the service is the mandate, but to the level of how that service is delivered is up to the jurisdiction. And so again, some differences in mandates there, and certainly want to appreciate our role as a government to satisfy mandates as part of who we are, and we're statutorily and governed by law in order to provide those services. The chart above shows state shared sales tax, but similar trends could be seen in other economically dependent revenue sources. And these charts will be showed in a future section. And so, as I said, this is for state shared sales tax. We have, of course, county sales tax, and then several of our taxing jurisdictions are sales tax driven. The jail districts is a sales tax driven one, for example, whereas others are property tax. Library, light control are property tax driven. So again, a little bit of background on this chart and the meaningfulness of the red dots and the red line. So, okay. Top 10 revenue sources, the top 10 list. Sources of all county funds are, the top 10 revenue sources for all county funds are from a type of tax, and we just discussed that. We have several in the bold font, I don't know if you can really tell, but state shared sales tax, county sales tax, jail district tax, highway user revenues, road maintenance tax, VLT. Those are all examples of the sales pieces of that, whereas the others are property tax based. So the primary property tax for the county is a property tax. Library district, public health, and flood control are property tax based. And so just the difference there. Some notes to make. When COVID began, we saw a dramatic drop of almost 40% in sales tax during the April when COVID was shutting everything down. 40%. That's huge. And to note, we didn't know what the bottom was going to be. And so the county at that time took drastic measures, and many that were here at that time witnessed or experienced what that was. Because when you look at the piece of the pie that is occupied by sales tax, it exceeds property tax quite a bit. We knew then, as we know now, that when we have any kind of interruption or recession or anything that's going to be impacting our sales tax, we need to be very, very mindful of that. Highway user revenues and VLT are also dependent on state and local economy and also subject to fluctuation during times of growth and contraction. And then, as I indicated, finally, property taxes are more predictable. They are set every year, and once the levy is set by the board, the collection over time takes place. And the trend is to the credit of the county treasurer and others, we have a nearly 100% collection on that. And then, of course, for those, we do have interest and penalties for those that are not able to satisfy their property tax obligation. So again, our top 10 revenue sources you see here. The other part of that, just to add, changes in activities with regard to tourism. Coconino County and Flagstaff is very tourism-based, and we'll go over a slide on that in a few moments. But again, changes in travel habits for the nation and our country and our world. Coconino County is a world destination to many, and so we certainly want to look at and monitor what happens throughout the world as it relates to what may happen here locally. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to stop at this point in time before we go to the next portion of the agenda, which Siri will be delivering this portion because there's a lot of numbers in it.
Is Supervisor Begay here yet? Okay. I agree. Thanks.
Okay, so I will let me get my book out of the way because everyone has their book with their cheat sheets on.
I'm in the building. I'm just at my office picking up some markers. I'll be down.
Okay. Should we take a break now?
Are you
Hello?
ready for us to take a break then, to get you set up?
Yes, I'm in the building, and I'm just going to go to my office real quick.
Thank you.
Should we take 10? Take 10 to be okay? Okay, we will, we're taking 10.
Great, thank you. So this section is very brief. It is an update or really a reminder of the presentation that we gave in early April. And it really is just to wrap up fiscal year 2022 to set the stage as we go into fiscal year 2023. So this is a chart you saw on April 5th as well. This was our general fund forecast on that date, and these are our general fund revenues forecasted. And so what you're seeing on the chart in front of you is, again, a lot of numbers, but on the left-hand side, we have our fiscal year 2022 budget. Year-to-date activity, this was as of March 31st, a forecast for fiscal year 2022, then our percentage of budget based on that forecast. So how do we think we're going to end the year as a percentage of budget? For comparison, we also have 21 actuals and the variance off to the right. So a few things of note, we are exceeding our budget forecast for county sales tax and for state shared sales tax. So you can see that in the percentage of budget column, where we are coming in at about 104.7% of budget for county sales tax and 106.8% for state shared sales tax. And then another thing to point out is our vehicle license tax. We have that coming in right as budgeted, but we do have it as a decline from last fiscal year. And we'll show that in one of our upcoming charts. But we did experience unusual growth during fiscal year 21 in the area of vehicle license tax. And so we expected that to sort of correct, and that is what we're seeing. Also of note, intergovernmental, we are approximately at our budget for that, or we're forecasting to be at budget for that line item. But when we compare to fiscal year 2021, you can see a pretty significant difference there. And that is just attributable to our Arizona CARES funds that came in fiscal year 2021. We knew those were going to be one-time revenues. We did not budget them to continue in 2022. And so we can see that, in fact, those did come out for this fiscal year. So compared to last year, we had $85.1 million of total general fund revenue. Factoring in that loss of the AZ CARES, the one-time revenue source, we are anticipating to end the year with $83.2 million of general fund revenues. That is up above our budget, our original budget, which was $79.2 million. So we're estimating we're going to end the year at about 105% of budget. We have since revised these budgets a little bit, still in the upward direction, specifically county sales tax and our state shared sales tax. We could see even a bit higher coming in for the year there, but we're still keeping an eye on it. And again, we'll show a chart that has that information coming up. So I know there's a lot of bubbles and lines on this one. So this is just a visual of, we have shown this several times for our major revenues. So the four charts you're seeing are our county sales tax off to the top left, state shared sales tax to the top right, vehicle license tax then to the bottom left quadrant, and then highway user revenues to the bottom right. And really the visual is what's important, more important than the numbers on all of these. And they all have the same format. So when you're looking at it, you can see a solid line. For some of you, it's in red. That represents fiscal year 20. Then fiscal year 19 is that black dashed line. Fiscal year 21 is a blue shorter dash line. And then our current fiscal year to date is shown in the orange circles. And really, when we look at our county sales tax and our state shared sales tax, we're seeing very similar trend information where, again, fiscal year 20, we had impacts from COVID. That was the 40% revenue decline that was mentioned in the financial planning section, but then a subsequent recovery. And we can see how in FY21, when we're comparing that blue shorter dash to the black longer dash, how we did, in fact, sort of recover from fiscal year back to a fiscal year 2019 level, and then started to exceed those revenues. And this year, we still continue to come in very strong compared to even the prior fiscal year. So really just the visual is the orange dots of where we are this fiscal year, and you have a few years of visual history then to compare to on these charts. We see a very similar trend with our highway user revenues for the most part. Again, towards the end of fiscal year 2021, really seeing a recovery above fiscal year 19 levels. And then this year, we are seeing some more fluctuation in those orange bubbles below fiscal year 21 earlier on. And then I will say the one dot that's really high in there for the highway user revenue, again, the one on the bottom right, there's one dot in about the middle, that orange one, was because there was a new one-time distribution of funds related to the recreational marijuana. They're doing an annual distribution into the Herf fund that what we had not seen previously. Vehicle license tax, the one at bottom left quadrant, it has really been more fluctuating, a lot of variability here, and a lot of it is because it is tied to registration of vehicles and newer vehicles. And we had seen, again, very significant vehicle sales early on after the initial sort of COVID shutdown period, but then the availability of those vehicles has impacted this revenue source. And so it has come back down, and this was something we expected to see. So those are just sort of some visuals of where we are on 4 of our major revenues. Then the last slide in our fiscal year 2022 section is our expenditure forecast. And again, this is the slide you saw in early April. It reads very similar to the revenue slide where we have our budget for fiscal year 22, our year-to-date actuals through March, a forecast, a percentage of budget, and then we have fiscal year 21 actuals for comparison. So when we look compared to fiscal year 2021, overall our expenses are anticipated to be $4.7 million higher than last fiscal year. But then as we look at the comparison to the fiscal year 2022 budget, we're actually trending under budget at about 97%. Now, some of that will be carried over. So for example, as we look at capital was budgeted at $400,000, and we're anticipating that will only be about $284,000 spent in capital for the fiscal year. But because capital projects are budgeted on a project basis, they often take many fiscal years to complete. And so that budget appropriation, one of the requests you have is for the various projects in there to carry over into next year to complete the projects. So while we are coming in under budget there, really in the long term, the funds that were committed for those projects will be expended. We also see some of that in the operating. So we are anticipating that we're going to be 97.7% of our operating budget for the fiscal year. However, we also have a variety of requests to carry over some operating appropriations for various things. Some of them were special projects. Maybe they weren't large enough to fall in the capital realm or didn't meet the definition of capital, but they were for special things that may take longer than just one fiscal year to complete. So in your packet, you do have carryover requests from every department when they are asking to basically continue some money from this year into next year. But where we do see the largest amount of savings every year compared to actuals, where we generally don't carry things over, is in the personnel area. So that top line, we are actually trending on vacancy savings higher than originally anticipated. We always build in vacancy savings into the budget. So it's not that we're, if we were to look at all of our personnel that we would budget at sort of that highest level of every position, then we kind of factor it down and we say, well, a typical vacancy rate is around, we'll say 3% realized. So we always back out that 3% from the budget, understanding that we never go sort of below that in terms of where we end the year. But this year you can see that we're at 97.8% with that adjustment. And you've heard a lot of information about turnover and employee retention and vacancies. And so that is why we're seeing even higher personnel savings than we've seen in prior years or than our typical trend would indicate. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead.
We can't hear the question or the discussion.
Come on, Matt.
Oh, it's Judy.
I'm here.
There you go.
For roll call. I'm just asking a question regarding the transfer ins and transfer out to be elaborate on a little bit. What are they?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Horseman, Supervisor Begay. That's a great question. So we also have transfers in that show in the general fund on the revenue side. And that is where we have other funds that are transferring into the general fund to help support certain programs or operations. For example, we have some positions that are budgeted in the general fund that may support some of our special revenue funds, like one position that supports transportation, for example. And so we do a transfer of transportation funds because it's an allowable use to offset that cost. The main one that we're seeing for transfers in is the flexibility language that has been allowed in the budget from the jail district. So 1.25 million of that number is flexibility revenue. And then you may recall that earlier in the year, we also did some final closeouts on some old special districts, and some funds were also coming back to the general fund as a result of that. And then when we look on the transfer out side of things, this really comes in a variety of programs that factor into transfers out. So we have some recurring things in transfers out where we have staff that are embedded in special revenue funds. For example, our probation staff, or adult probation staff, receives funds from the state of Arizona to fund probation positions, but their revenue has not kept up with the cost, whether it's simply the cost of employer benefits that are provided to our staff or pay increases that have happened over time. And we have committed to all of our employees in the organization, regardless of funding source, that when we do pay increases, that we keep the employees whole and do not, treat them differently depending on what their original funding source is. So we do have quite a bit that goes in to support those special revenue funds that have employees when the original funding source does not fully cover that cost. We also have 2 maintenance of effort payments. Those are required under statute when we formed the jail district and the public health services district. So between the 2 of them, that's about $6 million of what you're seeing in that budget is really mandatory general fund support to continue supporting those districts after their formation. And the amount is calculated by statute and goes into those districts to support their operations.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to kick it back over to Steve.
Actually, if I could, real quick, Madam Chair. Siri, different patterns that are, we're in unique times. So, with travel last year or COVID, it was reduced. Now we're, to some degree, I would imagine operational, but, I got to think that went through a little bit more. But now we're stepping into inflation as well as increased fuel costs. Do we have enough information for those trends just yet? Or, it is something that'll factor into this next year's projections?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan and Chair Horstman and members of the board. So that is something that we're keeping an eye on. Later in the presentation, we will talk a little bit about solutions that are being proposed to address the higher inflation. As of right now, we are still seeing that we're on par for sort of typical operating budget to actuals, but that can definitely change as we go through the rest of this fiscal year, as we continue to see the higher prices. But as you mentioned, fuel is a big one. With travel having trended under budget, we do think that most departments are still well equipped to absorb that, at least for the rest of this fiscal year, that cost, simply because we did not have a lot of other travel happening earlier in the year.
Okay, but it'll be, okay. I look forward to the future presentations on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to me. Next section we're going to cover is the 23 budget outlook and major assumptions. And so this section will follow, that follows will cover the 22 revenues and that follow the revenues and expenditures will build towards a comprehensive look. That's general fund outlook with all assumptions built in. Different lineup than I had. Okay, so we're going to start with the TNT slide that you see here. So we talked about earlier, the above slide is to familiarize the board with the TNT taxation hearing notice. The county is required to publish notifying taxpayers of a potential tax increase. On this slide, you will see to the right that the county tax rate decreased from 21 to 22. But the county is still required to publish the above notice because due to the increase in assessed value, the total taxes levied will be increased. And so that is the, again, it's a little counterintuitive to say that if our tax rate is going down, why do we do the TNT? And as this slide indicated, the assessed value and the funding from that levy or the increase in levy is what kicks in the TNT hearing. We're including again to show, because of our budget assumptions this year, that we're recommending with regard to the fiscal year 23 budget does include tax rates that will trigger a TNT hearing. And we don't want the board to be just surprised by that. So that's the purpose of that slide. The next slide, looking at our taxing jurisdictions, and you will see here the county primary is a general fund. And just get to that slide. That's some notes. So the primary is taxing the Coconino County primary tax includes the general fund and unrestricted funding. Public Health Services District, that is restricted, as is the flood control and the library. And again, just showing the differences between the taxes and the fact that under the county general primary property tax, that is the general fund and is unrestricted. Tax rates, this is really important to see. So you'll see on the slide our comparison for our primary rate against other counties. And you'll see we're in red. Coconino County has the lowest primary property tax rate in the state of Arizona. While our property taxes may be higher than similar properties in other counties, we can see that Maricopa County has a rate that's almost 3 times the county rate, and Gila County has a rate of over $4 per hundred of value, which is 8 times higher than Coconino County. And the property valuation variance does not close the gap, doesn't come close to filling the gap. And so why? That's really important. We'll get to that in a moment. The next, when we apply the secondary rates, you can see that we move from the lowest to the second lowest. Greenlee County jumps in as the lowest when you factor in the secondary property tax rates in the state. And that is, we've had the situation for well, since 2006. We'll talk more about that in a moment. This slide here shows our comparison of our tax rate and levies in 22 compared to 23. The chart includes a recommendation for the 2% inflationary increase for 23, and we talked about that will, of course, kick in the TNT recommendation for the hearing. So again, we are going to be in this year's proposed budget on the revenue side, recommending that we take the 2% plus new growth. With this recommendation, the tax rate will decrease, but an overall increase in valuation of levy or taxes assessed will increase by $315,000. And you can see the change on the side with regard to the primary tax levy, the $205,000, and then adding the new construction. And so those two totals are 3%. 1% of that is new construction, and the other 2 is what we can, by law, increase property taxes by. And so that's important. Watch. I'm going to ask Siri to come up and help me present the slide together, because I want to have her present the bullets, and then I'll chime in on a little bit of background on why we're in the situation we're in with regard to our tax rate in comparison to other counties. Siri, can you present?
So Chair Horstman and members of the board, the slide in front of you shows it shows 2 things. In blue across the bottom, the first thing you have is really we recalculated what our primary property tax levy would have been had the board not elected to take the 2% inflationary growth that's allowed every year under statute. So if we had gone back in time and instead of adopting that 2% growth, gone with the calculated rate, which really just keeps us at the same amount of taxes collected the prior year on existing properties, but gives us new construction. And then what you're seeing on the black line is our actual levy. And so you can see it goes up every year, and the amount it goes up is 2% plus new construction. And then the gap between those on an annual basis, if we were to compare fiscal year 23, again, with no increases over time compared to current, adds up to $2.3 million per year of recurring revenue towards our initiatives, our staffing, our operating costs that we would not have in the budget. When we present this, as we saw on the last slide, our annual increase for the 2% is around $200,000. But you can see the cumulative impact of that over time in our recurring and our ability to meet our recurring expenditure needs. So that gap is now $2.3 million. And then in total funding that we would have lost in the general fund over that time amounts to $15.6 million, which is just adding up the the gaps there between what we actually levied versus had we not done the inflationary growth.
So why do we have such a low tax rate in comparison to others? Well, a couple items. So back, of course, in 2006, there was a constitutional amendment called Proposition 101. So 101 introduced the concept of the 2% plus new construction, and that was approved by the voters. And so prior to that, Coconino County had always been and always has been a fiscally conservative county with regard to property taxes. And so having the history of having that conservatism on top on property taxes, we've always been there. When the voter initiated proposition was approved in 2006, Prop 101, that created a new base year for everyone. So wherever you were at that time began your base year going forward. We happen to have always been there, and I think proudly so. Prior to that, back in between 1993 and 1996, our then board took the position of capping the levy amount, which effectively drew the taxes down. And the reason I want to make this call this out is that local control has always been a hallmark of our work here, the board. And so the ability, and this was exercised and exhibited by our board back then in 1993, is that we want to have some ability to manage property taxes locally. And that unfortunately, and certainly it's the will of the people. We will do that. We are doing that. We have to do that. But again, it provides an opportunity or example of what occurs when the legislature does not provide local control. And as a result of that, we work within the Prop 101, and which now has provided us the requirement of the 2% plus new construction. And again, it's just a notation that local control is really important. Obviously, as board members, you have discussions every day, every week with your colleagues in other counties regarding this particular important piece of what we don't always have. So again, just a little reminder. But Coconino County, I think the other point is we were doing kind of a version of TNT back in the 90s. Just basically based on our ability to manage our property taxes accordingly. So, and back then the board members, Tony Gabaldon, Dennis Wells, Paul Babbitt, Tom Chabon, Louise Yellman. This was their era, and so very different time. But again, just that was kind of a little lesson for the day, a little history lesson for the day. Let's go on to the next taxing district, Public Health Services District, and you will see here the total increase in the tax levy.
Can I comment real quick on those last couple? Madam Chair.
Absolutely. It
Thank
is
you.
sometimes I've not seen you. So Matt, feel free, just speak up, please.
Okay. Thank you. And actually, just kind of a little bit more on that and these points. So when Siri was speaking to the cumulative piece, a component of that, sometimes we get posturing, political posturing. We want to freeze the rate. The drawback, though, that we've run into is because of the proposition, formulaically, we have locked ourselves into that reduced rate, where you could say Gila County has an 8 times spending capability, 8 times more spending capability than we do. Actually, it's more than that, depending on how you do it formulaically. But basically, we're locked in, and because we have been fiscally conservative, and because it's a formula, it actually punishes us if we don't do the 2% increase. We lock ourselves down even further in terms of what we're doing, and yet from an operations standpoint, you listen to the discussions last year when we were down 40%, we didn't know what was going to happen. And everybody was talking about capacity, and they're already struggling with the volume of what they do. So these are key pieces of what's unique to what we're dealing with versus the other counties. And it also plays into discussion from each of our departments. They have capacity issues where we're hitting boundaries associated with compensation. Part of it's a piece of this formulaic lockdown, and why we made a decision. We had a 3-2 vote last time on we need to stay with that 2% so that we don't lose this ability just to provide just regular services, let alone what the growth is that we're being impacted by. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Matt, I think we had a unanimous vote last time to do the 2%. It was 2 times ago.
Yeah. Oh,
So
I'm sorry.
we were all
That's correct.
together.
Yep.
And I think the other comment that was made for us is if we don't do that 2%, we lose it. So it's not like we can say, oh, we aren't going to take it this year, but next year we'll take 4%. So it's a 2%, 2%, 2%. We lose it, then it really over time, we're losing substantially more than just 2%. So moving forward. So good point. And I think it's important for us to remember and also for our community to understand why that 2% is important. Thank you.
And as a result of Prop 101 passing, it basically effectively removed unused taxing capacity. And of course, the proposition as a result of that resulted in lowering future property tax rates. And the impact was also beyond the county locally. The similar situation happened with the community college. And so when you look, and I'm having come from there recently, if you looking at the slide that we were showing about the rates, same thing you see, CCC, as Coconino County. So again, taxing, the capacity is something that, of course, as governing board members, you hold very dearly in terms of what's important in creating capacity for the organization in the future too. Whatever we do now is going to be impactful going forward with regard to capacity and decisions that you're making today. While it may reflect on today's budget, it does have that ability to look at the impact going forward. So that's an important part. So thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go back to, so the Public Health Services District, the levy you see here, 238,000, which was 4.8% increase. We're at the maximum allowable tax rate of 25. And then the example shown here with the residents valued at 350,000, the annual obligation would be 8750. Again, and then same thing with the TNT hearing will be the same because we are seeing a additional levy of the amount of the levy coming forward. Flood control. So this year's budget, to let you know at this point in time, staff is recommending that the county increase the rate from 25 cents to 50 cents. The maximum allowable rate is 50 cents. And the 23 recommendation, as I said, is to increase the rate to the highest allowable to provide for all the activity that we're seeing in flood control district. And the discussion with regard to Schultz, with regard to museum, with regard to potential tunnel, and then also looking at the important nexus that the county has been, I think, very innovative in showing the nexus between wildland fire and flooding, and all the examples that we see and the potential examples throughout the county where those types of emergencies will pose a secondary and probably more impactful emergency with post-fire flooding. And so we are recommending, and you'll see the examples here, for every 100,000 of residential property value, the increase is $24. Personal property is exempt. And because of not only the rate increasing, but also the levy amount being increased, the TNT hearing will be required for this as well.
And if I may, County Manager, I think this also allows us to apply for a number of those matching grants the federal government has made available to us, kind of one-time matching grants, if you will, for forest restoration, forest maintenance. And it puts us in the position to have those matching funds so that our dollars will go even further.
Yes.
It's a one-to-one match, so it's very significant. The sooner we can invest, the more money we can receive through the grants. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So for currently you're saying it's 25%. What is that rate now? And then with, if we were to increase that to 50%, what's the difference?
Well, it's effectively almost doubling. So right now it's 25.5
Mhm.
and it would go to 50.
So what is 25 of that 24, or is it going to increase by another, the increase between the 24, 44, or whatever, either way?
Probably the best way to explain that is the example of for every $100,000 of property value,
Mhm.
that would result in a $24 per 100,000 increase.
Okay,
So
so
looking at
what are they
that.
paying now?
Um,
What is it now? I guess
I
that was my
don't know.
question.
If I look at the example of the health district, which is right now at 25 cents, they're paying the residents at 350, we're paying 87.50.
Mhm.
And so similar to right now, the public health is at 25, flood is just slightly above 25. So that value, that obligation for just that tax district would be about $87 a year.
So it might be like $24 more than what it is right now. Okay.
Again, it just varies based on the average value for a home in Coconino County. Okay. The next district, the library district. Again, the library district is also a property tax funded district. The current rate, and it's not in the slide, but the current rate is 0.2556, similar to, I believe, the health district. And we've had the library, so it is a city county library district, and they will be making a presentation as they did with us to the staff during the next week or so. And so they are looking at an increase. But again, the discussion that will be presented at the board meeting. They had discussed possibly a rate increase to 35 cents from 25 cents. But again, we want to give the district staff the opportunity to present some of the information relative to current costs and some of the costs that they anticipate funding into the future. The county library district, a little bit of background, prior, many years ago, it was a little bit of chaos with regard to all of the districts approaching the board as the library district board with individual requests. And so it was a little chaotic, and the then county manager directed staff to organize it and to create a little more of a collaborative effort with all the libraries. And so with that, we also did a study, contracted out a study to be done of all the libraries in the county. We have a mix of all types of libraries. We have libraries that are provided by municipalities. So Page is a municipality, Flagstaff municipality, Williams municipality, all provide. Sedona is actually different. Sedona is a nonprofit. It's a very unique model in that the Sedona Library is a nonprofit. We also have affiliate libraries. Tuba City is an affiliate library. Forest Lakes is an affiliate library, and Grand Canyon is an affiliate library where it's a different model altogether. So we have kind of a hodgepodge of libraries. With the assistance of the study, we organized more of a collaborative group. They organize themselves as a working group. They provide technical assistance to each other. Credit to the city of Flagstaff. Their staff serves as the technical support for all libraries in the county, and their work is funded through the library district as well. And so they also have created a strategic plan. They have created a reserve fund for technology and innovation. And so back to them, they've done a lot of great work to organize as a collaborative. And that reduced or actually eliminated the libraries. It doesn't restrict it. I mean, libraries can choose to communicate as they wish, but it certainly did limit the amount of side discussions that they might have otherwise had with the Library District Board of Directors, i.e. you, sitting as the Board of Directors. And it's not to say that, there's still conversations that can always be had, but again, it organized a good majority of that discussion into some uniformity. Okay, so we look forward to their presentation later in the week. Any questions or comments on what we just discussed?
Just wanted to add, Steve, that the current rate for flood control is 26.20, so
Oh, excuse me. Thanks.
26.5.
I did have a question. Just, are we going to be talking more about the flood control district and
Yes.
and those issues? So we don't really need to get into it right now about that tax. It's just an overview.
Correct. Staff will be presenting, just like we would other departments and constitutional offices. A section of the next 2 weeks is carved out for just flood control.
In that case, I'll save my comments till we get there. Thank you.
Okay. And then the next section, I'm going to turn back to Siri. We're kind of doing this tag team.
Thank you, Steve, Chair Horseman and members of the board. So the next section, we're going to talk about our other major revenue assumptions, in particular for the general fund, but we will also touch on some other funding sources as well. And this really all builds to our discussion of available resources that will be gone over later. We just want to make sure that we have a common understanding of all of the assumptions that have gone into developing the revenue forecast for next year. So the first one we'll talk about are sales tax drivers. So in particular, the county sales tax cannot exceed 10% of the regular state rate. So we are at that 10%. And then there's also a state shared sales tax allocation based on the point of sale or the greater of your relative population or assessed value. So for Coconino County, we receive state shared sales tax based on assessed value, because when we look at our relative assessed value compared to other counties, it's higher than if we look at our relative population. But for both, the long-term drivers that we use are population growth and inflation. And we'll go into that on the next slide. You can see graphically why we do that. So you saw this slide when we were looking at the financial planning section. The chart on the top left is county sales tax, and on the bottom right is state shared sales tax. And once again, we are forecasting growth on that solid red line using a baseline revenue and growing at the rate of population and inflation. So had we forecasted our revenues just simply based on our annual increase that we learned, of course, in hindsight of what population was and what inflation was for the year, our revenues would have been forecasted at that red line. Then we see our actuals are the black dots, and they deviate from that line. They go up and they go down, but they tend to really strongly hug that line. So this method has sort of proven itself over time, if you will, through the data, because we would expect, as we were in the sort of the fiscal year 05, so that's going to be 2004, 2005, fiscal year 06, so 2005, 2006, we were really in a strong economy at that point. And so we were seeing higher tourism, we were seeing greater spending in the economy. Therefore, we did deviate from that line and had stronger revenues. But then, of course, we saw the Great Recession. And in particular, if you look at the state shared sales tax actuals, how far then during that period of time we fell below that sustainable line, and for how long. Really, a lot of our tax economy is based on tourism, and that was very depressed during that time. And so we fell below our sustainable line. We used our revenue smoothing to sort of plug the gap, but we had budgeted our expenditures to that red line. And that's something that we consistently have done in the past and will continue to do moving forward, because it allows us then again to avoid those fluctuations of adding staff and reducing staff or having layoffs and those sort of program growths and program cuts. Because typically when we're in that period of time where we're falling below that red line, that's when the citizens need us the most. That's when our programs are the most popular in some cases. But then over time, you can see we then return to that sustainable line and once again experience growth above it. And so Again, we use population and CPI, even though, of course, many things are also tied to tourism. So if we were to have some sort of significant change in, our sort of relative tourism activity, then we might want to consider an adjustment for that. But when we've looked at our local population and our local and the Western urban CPI, it really has been a very effective way to at least get some sort of baseline trend for where we should expect our revenues to be. So hopefully that makes sense. That's our history. Those are actual numbers right there. Okay, so then on our next page, we're also looking at the jail district and road maintenance sales tax, because they are also based on the same revenue source in terms of the sales that take place. So if a sale is taxable for county sales tax, it's also going to be taxable for the jail district and the road maintenance. So the jail district is also a 0.5 cent sales tax, as is the county sales tax. So whenever you see a county sales tax number, you can translate that to the jail district because their rates are the same, but that revenue gets set aside into the jail district and is restricted for jail district purposes. And as of course you've heard that increase, we are at the maximum rate and it expires in 2027 without a reauthorization. Then the road maintenance sales tax is similar, but it has a lower rate. So that is at 0.3% compared to 0.5% for the jail district and for county general fund. And so again, when you see the numbers, you can assume the trend holds for road maintenance, because again, we're looking at the same baseline sales that are taxed, but at a 60% is the revenue. You can do the math on 60% of the revenue we're presenting that would go into the road maintenance fund. But otherwise the trend matches. And again, an increase would require voter approval and it expires in 2034 currently. So then one other thing we look at when we talk about our sales taxes are the categories. So, I mentioned this briefly a minute ago, how tourism does affect our economy more than the state. And we're looking at 2019 actuals only because we've seen some really funky data since 2019 due to COVID and tourism and travel and all of those things. So we're looking at 2019 actuals and comparing to the state of Arizona in the various categories that are taxable. These are high-level categories, and there are certainly drill downs within these. But in 2019, for example, restaurant and bars was made up 17% of our taxable sales in Coconino County. But if you were to take the state as a whole across all counties, it's 11.6%. Amusements 4.1 versus 1.1, looking at the state in total. And then transient lodging, you see a large difference here. 17% of our sales tax comes from transient lodging versus only 2.8% in the state of Arizona in total. So when we say that we are heavily reliant on those more tourism-based industries, this is what we mean. This is the data that's sort of proving that out compared to retail, which if you look at retail, 42% for Coconino County versus 54.7% for the rest of the state. Okay, so now looking forward. So how did we incorporate sort of that information into our longer term outlook? And that's what you see on the two charts here in front of you. Again, we have the county sales tax on the top left. I have to put my hands up so I know left and right. And then sales, the state shared on the bottom right quadrant. So you see the very similar trend. You see actuals all the way up through fiscal year 2021. Then you see our fiscal year 23 budget and our forecasted years moving out into the future. So you can see we actually have our trend line growing at population and CPI. You can see it does sort of ratchet up, if you will, or have a notch up around the 22, 23 line. So the line sort of goes up a little bit. One reason for that is that we are seeing higher inflation than in most years. And we did look back at several decades worth of data from when there were higher inflation periods in the past. We had to go back about 40 years for that, but we did look at it. And we believe that some of that will probably stay and sort of grow from there versus having a negative inflation to reset the line. So we did make an adjustment for that. Again, just using sort of historical data to try and inform it. And then we also made an adjustment because in the meantime, we are collecting sales taxes on marketplace or online sales and on recreational marijuana. So that is an addition to our sales tax base that we accounted for. So that's the red line. So that's where we're looking at, are our expenditures sustainable, following that sort of red line pattern. But then we have, we want to also make sure that if we do enter a period of recession, we can cover that drop in revenues. So we did forecast in our out years that we would be entering a recessionary period, falling below the line, And I know it's hard to tell with the scale, but we do have less of a correction for that than we did when we see our actual numbers for the Great Recession. So when you look at the state shared, for example, you can see the little V period that happened in fiscal year 08 through fiscal year 11, where we had a pretty significant drop below that sustainable line. We have a similar pattern forecasted towards fiscal year 24 and 25 in our outlook, but we have it as less severe, right? So we're not anticipating another Great Recession, but we did model it more over after a typical recessionary period to, again, make sure that we, if we budget to our red line or our sustainable recurring resource level, that if we fall below that, we can use our one-time revenue smoothing to make up that difference. So that is what our forecast is based on moving into the future and what you'll see in the general fund plan. Any questions on that?
Questions, comments? Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You know, all of these, we're very dependent on the sales tax in our county. That is, and that's where we get our revenue. So in the future, and all of our districts, you know, like our jail district, public health, our transportation, you know, these are really critical to our budget. So based on that, and just looking at the sales information and how we're a tourism community, it looks like we really need to look at our economy. That's where our focus, and we need to really boost up our economic development. And then we are in our population, you know, we really need to look at our population and how to improve their lives, and really look at how we can improve that. And that is based on the economy, to be able to help our businesses, to start new businesses, to also have more employment. So that, I think that our budget, that's what I'm going to be really looking at, to see what our budget reflects to what our need is. We need to really look at our revenue into the future, how we're going to increase that. And that is our economy. And that's what we're going to have to really focus on. We're challenged, and I guess I can do it, you know, we're challenged with our courts, with our pay, with compensation. We're going to be having these discussions, our facilities, all of that. How are we going to pay for all of that if we don't have the revenue in our pocket? So we have to really look at our economy to be able to pay for some of these things, and to have a better projection into the future, to be able to to sustain ourselves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, the next section of revenue that we're going to go over very briefly are our transportation revenues. The first one is vehicle license tax. And vehicle license tax is a transportation restricted revenue. It's also a shared revenue with the general fund. So we have a portion that goes for general purpose use per statute, and then a portion that is restricted for transportation purposes. And you can see how it is levied, and it's allocated by the state formula, and then the longer term drivers that we have listed here. So population growth, again, because of the tie-in to vehicle registrations. Inflation, again, because of the value of those vehicles as they're being registered. Interest rates that influences the activity that we see in terms of vehicle purchases. Fuel prices can also influence the types of vehicles that are purchased, whether they're more electric or hybrid, or more traditional gas vehicles. And then individual stock market performance, again, funds available for individuals to upgrade vehicles on a certain timeline. So those are all things that impact the revenue that we see in vehicle license taxes. And then we also, specifically only for transportation purposes, we have the highway user revenue fund distribution. And the funding sources, this is from the state highway department has listed that we have the gas tax, and that's the number one input into this fund. But we also have another portion of vehicle registration goes into this fund with a BLT as well. So it's a mixed sort of funding source before the distribution. And then 19% goes back to counties. And so it's not a one-to-one tie-in to the gas tax. That is the largest contributor into the distribution fund, but there are other sources that make up this revenue before it's distributed. And then it's distributed back to counties, and you can see that distribution formula from the state there. So fuel consumption and then a portion of unincorporated population. So as we look at the outlook for these funds, so again, we're looking at very similar charts, but they do have one big difference. So the long-term Herf, which is the one on the bottom right, only has population. It doesn't have inflation, because going back to that prior slide, the major component is the gas tax, but that's a fixed 18 cents a gallon. So whether the cost of fuel goes up or down, it does, in fact, it can conversely sometimes impact the distribution to the Herf fund, because when the cost goes up, fewer gallons are sold and therefore fewer dollars received. But starting on the top left, the long-term VLT forecast. So we also have, again, the sustainable population and CPI. And what we looked at was, can we sort of prove this out with trends? And with VLT, we can, again, see that correlation in our history where we look at, had we forecasted using population and CPI versus our actuals. Again, along with a typical economic cycle, we're seeing that correlation. We're seeing hugging the line, going above it and below it, during better economic times or worse economic times falling below. And so again, once again, similar to what you saw in the sales tax, we forecasted moving forward using that same method with an assumption of where we are right now. You can see 21 is significantly above that line. And then as we noted, we thought we would see a decline for fiscal year 22. We are seeing a decline for 22. So it's sort of, once again, sort of proving itself out. And we're just playing that forward then in our long-term forecast. Then as we look at the Herf forecast, this one is a little more challenging. And we've looked at different ways of trying to find a better correlation. But right now we do have our sustainable line sort of built towards population as the long-term. But really, this is another area where tourism can definitely impact things, because the fuel is sold within the county. And if tourism is down and vehicle travel is down, then you can see during those challenging economic times how far we fell when tourism was down compared to that line. And then where we are currently. So that is the method we're using moving forward, is trying to look at staying by that line, although we know that fluctuations upwards and downwards can certainly be much different in this category. And then our last slide on revenues, on just revenue sources, is other general fund revenues that we have. A payment in lieu of taxes are federal payments to local governments that help offset losses in property taxes due to the existence of non-taxable federal lands within their boundaries. So we have a forecast of 2.6 million, although recent data from CSA indicates this might end up closer to 3 million next year, which is great. So we may see an increase for that. We're then looking into how long we can maintain that increase, because we have seen PILT go up and down over the years. It's generally been a typical year is about 2.6 million. Then licenses and permits. So we do have an increase built in for this for next year. We've seen it this year and we saw it last year. We have had significant building permit activities going on in the county, and that is bringing in additional revenue above what we might have in a typical year. So, and there is a backlog. So we have this built in that we will have an increase in the short term and then resume to more of a typical baseline type level. Charges for services are other things that that we charge our citizens for. But the main thing in the general fund side of this is our charges for indirect costs from our other major funds, where the general fund provides support through facilities, finance, IT, HR, county administration, all of those sort of general services that support all of our other funds. The major funds do pay an indirect back to the general fund to help support that cost. So that's a pretty stable revenue source on the general fund side of things. And then fines, fees, and forfeits have been down. Mostly we've seen some different activity in the justice courts during COVID with COVID activities. So we do have an eventual recovery built in here. And we're estimating about $1 million for next fiscal year. For the current fiscal year, we're estimating about 850,000, I believe. So our typical baseline level is more like 1.2 million. So we've been within that sort of range on fines and forfeits in the past. So here is what it looks like. To Supervisor Fowler's point, we do have quite a bit that's dependent on sales taxes. So starting up at the top in that blue piece of the pie where it says property taxes, that's $10 million. You can see that that is our third largest individual revenue source in the general fund. And this is the 22 budgeted numbers. I should point that out. Then our county sales tax is in the orange, and that is our second largest in the general fund, but state shared sales tax is our number one revenue source in the general fund. It's a big gray area. So when we look at just county sales tax and state shared sales tax, if you sort of eyeball those two together, you can see we're well over 50% of our budget. So again, that is going back to the financial planning section. That is why this is very important, because we can go up and we can go down, you know, based on things that are happening with sales tax, and we're heavily dependent on that for many things. Then as we move through, we have our other taxes, which PILT would fall in that. So that 2.6 million I was just talking about falls into other taxes, and the vehicle license tax as well, the portion that goes to the general fund. And some other categories in the general fund that are less significant when we look at the total. But then when we go to the next slide and look at all funds, so this is the fiscal year 22 for all funds together. So including all of our special districts, all of our special revenue funds. The major change that we can see is that instead of state shared sales tax, that sort of gray, that falls to our second highest, where in total our county sales tax becomes a larger share of the pie. And that's simply because we have the jail district and we have the road maintenance sales tax that also get added to that county sales tax base. And then property taxes also grows. But remember from what County Manager Peru presented, that we do have 3 districts that are restricted for a purpose within that property tax. So the library district, the flood control district, and the public health services district, along with our general fund property tax. So still, you know, not a huge portion of the pie as we compare to other counties for sure. And then the other big piece that grows really when we look at our all funds revenue picture is the intergovernmental. So to point out there, that is typically something that we'll use the term grant, but really other government revenues that come to the county. A lot of times we just refer to them as grants because they come with some sort of restriction or obligation. You know, we receive funds from the state to fund some of our probation, for example, and we receive federal government funds that tend to ebb and flow, you know, based on programs that we have. So when we receive a major, you know, flood control project, for example, that would be an intergovernmental revenue that would be there during the duration of the project and then go away, you know. So we have a variety of those intergovernmental revenues every year. We do receive a significant portion, though, of our revenue from intergovernmental revenue sources. And then you can also see the highway user revenue fund on the bottom left there, 11 million in last year's budget comes into play when we're looking again at all funds. So we're looking at every fund that we have in the picture here.
So a question. Madam Chair?
Yes, and just a reminder to everyone who's participating and speaking is make sure you've got your green button on, and also make sure your microphone is close enough to you so people can hear, because I guess some people are having a hard time picking up on the comments. But yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, so what percentage of all the revenues are coming in under all funds are taxes? About what percent total?
Okay, so between if you're
Yeah.
thank you, Supervisor Begay. Yes, so if you're asking about property taxes, county sales tax,
Yeah.
state shares, you can sort of walk around the chart and see it visually. Property tax is the top blue, then adding in the county sales tax, state shared, other, and
So that
Herf.
would be over half.
Yeah, it's actually, it looks to be about 2/3 visually. Mhm.
Okay, and then the rest of it. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. So then just to summarize our revenue assumptions, again, this is the revenue side of the picture for FY23. For property tax, our assumption is that we'll have our truth in taxation. So our levy from last year, new construction, and a 2% increase, and then also a recommended flood control increase that will be discussed later. For county and state shared sales taxes, again, we have tied sort of that baseline number to population and CPI, so our long-term sustainable revenue source there. For Herf, we have baseline growth based on population. Licenses and permits, again, we have built in sort of a short-term bubble into that, but we do not have that in the long term. Intergovernmental, right now, American Rescue Plan Act is, I failed to say that in the intergovernmental, but of course, that's a huge one that we have in the budget for next year. And then other federal COVID grants that are happening right now in our HHS department, potential flood control and public works funding federally as well. And then charges for services. So we'll resume a more of a normal trend there, and same thing in our fines and forfeits. So more of a normal trend for things where the public receives a benefit and then, you know, they pay a fee associated with that.
Madam Chair, if I could, real quick.
Absolutely.
Siri, it's probably a Jay question, but you probably know about it. Have we started on permits associated with the Dry Lake Wind Farm? They're pretty significant in terms of the permit pieces.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, I'm not aware if we've commenced with those the permitting on that project.
Okay, and that's
We'll email Jay and get the information.
sure. Yeah, they're just bubble amounts that are pretty significant when it comes to that category there.
Lucinda,
Okay.
Lucinda has a comment?
Yes, they have initiated construction of grading, so I don't believe they've submitted, I'll say, the lion's share of the fees yet, but we certainly expect that to take place over the next 6 months.
Okay, all right, thank you.
What the project again? Which one is it?
Chevron, it's the Chevron Wind Farm.
Chevron Wind Farm. Thank you.
So is that going to factor, that won't factor in for this year? Is that what you're saying?
Bulk of the fees should factor into next year, next
Into next
fiscal year, not this fiscal year. My understanding,
Next year, meaning 23.
23, yes.
So the budget we're working on.
All right. Yeah, it's one of those ones. It'll be an anomaly in that category because it's so large. But it's, you know, as Siri was saying, we get those things will go down also. But that's one that'll be in play. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's mid-morning. Did you want to schedule a break at this time?
Yeah, what a great idea. All right.
10?
10 minutes is wonderful. Be back in 10.
10. Thank you. I'll start. and was most recent, as we're still continuing to navigate it, was our expenses related to COVID expense. We did capital is budgeted on a project basis, often takes multiple years to complete, again, depending on the size of the project. So for example, the county allocated capital costs in 22 for IT, facilities, and Fort Tuthill. But for a variety of reasons, these projects will be carried over in 2023. In terms of capacity to execute on these projects, could be based on supply chain. We just heard, and I think the chair reported last week, there was concrete in Phoenix. That is an example of supply chain issues that is impacting construction, you name it. And so we're not immune to that. Also, with regard to timing, is our staff, whether we're going to be doing it in-house or when we go out to the community and we use private sector contractors. We are all aware of the fact that construction is very busy right now, and to try to get in the queue for projects is taking months, if not into next year. So those would be things that would impact the completion of a project. We also need to replenish the balance in the facilities repair and replacement fund. And so there's an amount for that. And if you'll recall in the financial planning section, one way that we've been successful is by investing accumulated one-time funds when they're available in projects and holding off on those projects during recession. And so during the good times, and this is a good time, not a good time per se, but a time where we are having over than expected revenues, we take this opportunity to replenish some of the reserve funds, and the R&R fund is one of those. Finally, just the current available one-time funds allow us to fund the next few years of R&R projects with one-time funds that we have banked throughout the fiscal year. In terms of debt, 2 items to report here. Recently, we did issue debt to pay down the county's unfunded liability on the public safety retirement system pension obligation, and so that bond was released. And then we are looking also at the similar type of a process for the Arizona State Retirement, and so with those 2 items, those will be the 2 debt issuances that we'll have as a county. We have no other debt at this time.
Madam Chair, County Manager Peru, I apologize. We need to check our audio. I just got an email that folks cannot hear the presentation. They can see it, but they can't hear. Okay, thank you.
Are we back? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll have to. Maddie, you can hear us okay?
I can. We missed the first 2 pages of the presentation, but they got it fixed.
Okay.
We're here.
Unawarded grants, the next topic. These are examples of unawarded grants, and the reason we're showing this, and it certainly is not an exhaustive list, but some of the, on the screen are some of the unawarded grants that we will build into 2023, into the 2023 budget in order to have spending capacity when the funds are received. And this is just a very estimated look. IT, of course, broadband grants, 40 million, that is certainly just an estimate. If we do receive funding from other grants, that's a ballpark figure. Superintendent of Schools, Pathways program that is coming through some of funding for the opioid settlement. Sheriff's Department, they're going to be doing some proposing capital reconstruction, various parks and recreation, and then just, so again, a very estimated total of 62 million that provides the opportunity to establish the ceiling, because if we don't have enough of a budget ceiling, we would not be able to provide, incur those expenditures because of that ceiling. So the kind of a roll-up of all of this so far in terms of available funds on the recurring side, you'll see the top number of 6.3. We've backed out some of the items that I just explained. And so this summarizes where we started the planning process from, the balance as after we subtract. Going into the 23 budget meetings with departments, the general fund after that has an estimated 3.2. This is before including investments in compensation beyond what you see on the slide. So again, this figure is an amount and setting aside the reclassifications and some of the sheriff's office pay plan. This does not include the pay plan presentation or pay plan or compensation for the rest of the organization. Again, this is for reoccurring. Moving on to the one-time. So available, and available meaning that this is a balance of funding, 21 million, taking out mandated payments, what we anticipate for emergencies for COVID, law enforcement, R&R, the total subtotal, you'll see there were 4.3. And again, the 17 million is one-time funding that does not include enterprise-wide or county-wide compensation. And so you can see the difference in amounts, but also one is recurring while the other is available for one-time purchase, one-time investments. Madam Chair, at this point, I'm going to, with your permission, ask Erica Philpott to come forward and to provide this section on employee retention.
Madam Chair, if I could real quick.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Steve, the 17 million, that's money that I'm assuming we're projecting with the ARPA. Is that correct? Or
No, in fact, it's not. That's general fund.
oh, okay.
Yep.
Similar amounts, but well.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, this is general fund only. So, Erica?
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Morning.
Excited to follow up with you today on a few more things in the area of employee retention and compensation, bring you some additional data from our last conversation last Tuesday. One of the things I wanted to share was just some recruitment. So last Tuesday, we talked about the number of continuous posting, how many jobs were posted, how many positions that represented, how many were continuous, but I wanted to show you some recruitments that have been posted the greatest number of times in the last year and the year before that. So in looking at the positions that we continue to see year over year that are posted the greatest number of times. And you can see that we have admin specialists on this list, as well as detention officers, detention support specialists, and attorneys. Those are some of the positions that we talked about last Tuesday have been difficult to fill. In this slide, I wanted to break down the vacancy rates. We looked at a chart of vacancy rates across the organization, how that number had been growing. And this shows vacancy rates by department. This is in alphabetical order, just the highest vacancy rates in the county. And so you can see adult probation currently, as of last week, had 11 vacancies. And for that department, that's a 17% vacancy rate in their department. So 11 out of their 65 positions. The assessor's office has 5, but 5 out of 27. So a vacancy percentage of 19. See the clerk of superior court, the county attorney. The county attorney has 6 of 52. And those positions are, for the most part, attorney positions, as opposed to support staff. HHS, Health and Human Services, has 62 vacancies out of 202 for a 31% vacancy rate. And so this list is really showing the data behind that 16.2%. We do have 6 departments that don't have any vacancies as well. So just showing you the greatest numbers here.
Can I ask a question on this? How long have these positions been vacant? Has this been a month? Are these 6 months? Are these a year? How long have these vacancies been there?
Sure, thank you, Chair. It's a variety. These are the vacancies that they have as of last week. So some of them have been open a shorter amount of time. I certainly could pull that. But with these positions, if you'll recall from our previous discussion, as of today, there's 65 jobs posted. 52 of them are continuous at this point. So a very large percentage of the jobs that are posted right now are open continuous, and 12 of those jobs were open prior to January 1st. So while some of them do have close dates and have been open a short amount of time, others of them have been open longer. And something else to consider there is that we've refreshed some of those postings lately. So we have some positions that have been open for a while where we've taken the posting down, reworded it, really focused on making sure applicants feel a connection to those jobs, so that they can really understand that what's meaningful and exciting about those positions, and reframed it. So even the time that a position has been open isn't necessarily indicative of how long we've had that vacancy.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler, then I'll follow up.
Thank you. These positions, do they include the ARPA funds?
Hey, Lena, can you speak closer to the mic? We can't hear you out here.
Do these positions include the ARPA funds? I know we created some positions with those ARPA funds in various departments.
Supervisor Fowler, yes, they do include the ARPA fund positions.
And if I can follow up, I'm sorry.
I don't have the percentage, but I'd be happy to pull that for you.
And this kind of goes into Supervisor Fowler's questions. You know, I understand that there are vacancies that may change week to week, but in general, you know, if we have 52 that are continuing vacancies, and I know some get pulled and get refreshed, but I'm trying to get a feeling how many vacancies have been there for a year or longer?
I'd be happy to pull that for you. How many have been open a year or longer?
Because I think that's important for us to know. And the other is, you know, I know that there are vacancies everywhere. I mean, you know, you go downtown and you see, you know, workers wanted, inquire within everywhere. And I know you see this with the city. So I'm trying to get a handle on, you know, is Coconino County in a different position than other counties here in the northern part of the state or even across the state? And how long have these vacancies been in place? I know COVID really kind of changed our job scene. So I'm trying to get a feel for that.
Thank you, Chair. And this is the greatest number of vacancies that we have seen as an organization over the last 5 years. And I certainly do understand your question, and we'll try and pull some data for you to respond to that. Happy to do
Madam
so.
Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I guess I also would like to see not just a year or, you know, more years, way back. Maybe there's some positions that have been vacant for X number of years. I think that would be very important. And then also maybe the way the job descriptions are developed, maybe that's the reason why people are not really, you know, feeling they're eligible. I applied for 3 positions and I was being qualified, but here I am on the board, you know, so that type of thing, you know, so maybe it's a way of training people how to do applications to, you know, to be more involved, or I don't know what needs to happen, but I think there's a lot that vacancies that we have, and we as board, we need to know how long they have been. And is that workable? Is that still the case as you had opened these positions way back? Or can that be reevaluated where the needs are because of dwindling funds that we have? So that would be something that, you know, I would like to see as a board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. This is a slide that I shared last Tuesday and wanted to have it in the deck today as well as a point of reference so that you would have it with you. And this, there were two versions of this take-home pay table in the previous discussion. This one includes the placeholder of the 2.5% merit, and it does not include the WXYZ formula on this one. If you'll recall, there was an additional column. But this is the one with a placeholder. Just for ease of reference, so you don't have to flip between last week's presentation. This next slide has information that was updated as recently as last week. So on April 29th, the Bureau of Labor Statistics put out some data that the U.S. labor costs rose 1.4% in the first quarter and 4.5% year over year, which was up from 2.6% rise a year earlier. And so there was lots of great data in this sharing, and so wanted to include that for you. Compensation costs increase for the 12-month period ending in March range for 4.8 for construction and maintenance occupations to 7.8 for service occupations. So we're seeing those rising compensation costs across different industries. Rising pay and benefit expenses were higher than a year ago, but they're still trailing the rate of inflation. And on April 12th of 2022, the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, reported that the consumer price index rose 8.5% year over year in March, which is the highest inflation rate since '81. And this chart, as well as that last bullet, refer to the Phoenix metro area because that is what the Bureau of Labor Statistics had available data on. And so that's the closest I could get to Arizona or Flagstaff based on that resource, but wanted to share it with you as an interesting data point. And this chart and point are from February of this year, but BLS reports prices in the Phoenix metro area were up 10.9% from a year ago, with food prices increasing 8.2%, energy prices increasing 29.6%, housing or shelter rising 12.4%, and transportation increasing 20.5%. So just some interesting points of note that are really recent from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and that will help us transition into the next couple slides where we're going to look at countywide cost of living data and then also across the county seats. This slide has two charts. The one on the left, the map, is from bestplaces.net, and the one on the right is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. What's interesting is to compare them side by side. The costs of living is the map on the left, and the dark pink is the highest average of cost of living. So you can see that our county is in the dark pink, indicating the highest cost of living in the state. The chart on the right, the map on the right, shows us the average weekly wages by county in Arizona. And it shows that we are not the darkest color there. We are in the middle of the three blue colors. So we do not have the average highest weekly wages, even though we do have the highest cost of living. So it's an interesting comparison across the two charts. This cost of living is a look that CCC, our friends at CCC, the community college, do every year. And so they were kind enough to share this format with us, and we're trying it out for the first time this year. But you can see each of the counties listed on the left with the state of Arizona at the top. This data comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics primarily, and the average weekly wages are in the second column. Then we have the average annual wages based on those average weekly wages. And then you can see the median wage based on the state of Arizona as a whole. And then the cost of living as compared to the state of Arizona. And then there's the gap between the median wage and the cost of living. What's notable about this data is that the average annual wages are higher in most of the counties. The counties that are lower than our average annual wages include Navajo, La Paz, Mojave, and Yavapai. all toward the bottom of the chart, and we are on the bottom row of that chart. You can see that some of the costs of living are negative because they're lower than the cost of living for the state as a whole. And only 3 of them are above Arizona: Maricopa, Yavapai, and Coconino. And we are the highest of those 3 at 14.9% above. It then shows the gap between that median wage and the cost of living, and we are in a negative 35.5%. And so the chart on the right shows that where Arizona is the comparison, that's why it's 100%. And you can see the lines above and below that show the cost of living above the line in red and the median wage below the line in blue for Coconino County. So just a different way to look at this data, and thanks to our friends at CCC for sharing this format. This is a look at the county seat cost of living. So comparing each of the county seats across the different counties, not all of them, but a sampling of them. And you can see it compared to the US as well. So the US is that second column, and then Flagstaff is the third column. What's interesting here, a couple things to note. The median age is interesting to see on this chart. There's also the average home price, where our average home price, this is based on bestplaces.net, is $499, $400. And as we discussed last Tuesday, that number can vary based on the different sources of data. It was interesting to note that this is the same source that CCC uses actually in their data set collection. You can see that Prescott is higher on our average home price on that row, where they're at $509,900. What's interesting though is if you drop down to the median home cost, which is the third row from the bottom, their number is slightly lower than ours at $366,600 compared to $383,600. And that probably includes townhomes and condos and rent. You can see overall, that column in the middle that is labeled overall, our cost of living is there at 117, and Prescott is at 115.7. So they are closest to us in the overall category. And our housing number at 165.9 is really part of what drives that up. So just compared to some of the other county seats.
I have a question to ask you. Any reason the median age in Flagstaff is so much lower? I assume it just reflects being a university town.
Yes, Chair, I believe that is correct. It drives that number down.
Either that or they're fudging, everybody's fudging their age.
Supervisor Ryan, we know you wouldn't do that.
No.
On the next slide, I wanted to, since Yavapai was so close on that last slide, I wanted to pull out some data from Yavapai County in regards to compensation. And I have it listed here with some benchmark positions in both an hourly and an annual format, because some people prefer one over the other. So I've listed both. And you can see these positions compared to Yavapai, both on the hourly and on the annual. If they're shaded in green, that's the higher of the two. And I have the difference on the far right-hand column just to subtract those numbers so that we wouldn't have to do mental math on a Monday morning, which is not my favorite thing. And so if the difference is positive, Yavapai is higher. If the difference is negative, then the county, Coconino County, is higher. And so you can see across these positions where Yavapai is higher or where we are higher. And you can also see that the difference is obviously in the hourly column. And so some different, not only just for the comparison of which is higher, but by how much higher. And this is at the entry of the ranges. So some of them are closer than others. On the next slide, I wanted to point out that the City of Flagstaff had a consultant do a large compensation study for them in 2021. And they implemented that plan in July of 2021. Following that study, starting last December, we started reviewing the city's new compensation plan, and we matched 76 positions very directly to that plan that are benchmarks. Some other positions are close matches, meaning their minimums don't align, but we really wanted to focus on those 76 positions, not based on title, but based on the job category, the minimum qualifications. And so of those 76 positions, the average difference in the minimums was less than 50 cents at 46 cents when we look at the hourly comparison. And so I've pulled kind of a sampling of some of those jobs here with those titles. You can see what their title is to our title, and also what their grade entry is in minimum in an hourly amount versus ours, also the difference. And again, using the green highlight to show which of the two is higher. And they are sorted based on the difference on the far right-hand column. So you can see that some of them are farther apart than others, but again, some of them are very in alignment. And so just an interesting comparison, particularly since they just did this large compensation study. The city was higher at the entry on 32 of the 76 positions, and the county entry was higher on 44 of the 76 positions. But again, that average difference of 46 cents an hour. So wanted to let you know, I know there have been some questions about market data. And so really we wanted to use the city's study as a baseline since they had that consultant come in and really look at how close we are to that data.
Can I ask you a question on that? And obviously I haven't seen the city's study, but obviously you looked at it. I'm assuming what they were trying to do is to go by doing this study is to be competitive here in the state for these positions.
Chair, I didn't look at the study itself as much as the new pay plan that was the result of that study. But yes, they did bring in a firm to give a broad look at what their competition is.
So then utilizing their pay plan, the idea was, okay, if they're being competitive, are we being competitive with the city? Ergo, we're being competitive with the state.
Correct. Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Ryan, or Begay. Where is Ryan? He's in
Okay.
front of me.
Okay, and it's really important to have a compensation study plan in place, because we don't want to shortchange or pay people, we should be paying the people right. That's what I'm trying to say. And through this process, it will show exactly, where a person should be standing as far as the surrounding areas. I think we had asked for this in one of the meetings that we had last year, that we look at some of those and bring it back to us. And there's a couple of items that we had asked for as a board. But I don't think, I haven't received anything personally, but I think, I think with this salaries is always going to be coming up year after year after year. And we really need to do something in that regard, is to make sure. I know a lot of places, they, they do study plans, compensation plans, and it's how they place people on the grid. So that, that's what they do. And then they just go by like 2% and they just add that 2% all the way across for all positions. So, so I think, I think we may be able to do that at some point in time so that, salary is not an issue. Then, and we're saying that a lot of our staff are leaving because of the lower wages that we're giving them. And at that point in time, until that's done, I think we will be better off. So that's just my thought, because I've gone through 2 compensation study plans. So as a board. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And yes, I heard that you wanted to look at some market data. And so we worked to pull this together for you from last week and in response to those questions. So thank you so much.
And thanks for doing that. And a question, Matt, can you hear Supervisor Begay when she's talking? I just want to make sure we're being loud enough.
Yeah,
Hard for
yeah,
me to
actually,
hear.
Judy started up quiet, but it sounded like she moved towards the mic, so I was able to hear her well. When Lena speaks, even when you moved up to the mic, it wasn't quite as close, Lena. But yeah, I feel like I'm the support group in the background. You're not.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
This slide is on local compensation comparison. So reaching out to some of our partners, what are they doing for compensation in this budget period? And so the city of Flagstaff is offering a 3% merit increase, which is their customary merit percentage. In addition to that, they're offering a 1 to 2% compression adjustment for the police department, fire, and employees with greater than 4 years of service. So this is kind of a 10-year compression adjustment. And on top of that, they're offering a 7% CPI adjustment to stay ahead of minimum wage. So employees with 4 years or more of service will be eligible for all three.
Excuse me, just a moment. Go ahead.
Just quick question. CPI, what's that stand for?
Consumer Price Index.
Great, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I should have said that. And the Consumer Price Index is what is really leading what the minimum wage will go up to in January. And again, that CPI is appearing that the minimum wage in January will go from $15.50 to $16.60. So, and that is something that we're all keeping an eye on, and they're planning this percentage in that way. So it's possible that employees with more than 4 years of service will get up to 12%. Employees with less than 4 years of service will still get 10%. NAU was in the paper. They're offering a 3% one-time payment on May 20th for all of their employees. That'll actually be in this fiscal year as a one-time non-recurring payment. But what is also interesting about that is that is a $7 million investment from them. After July 1, there will be a new salary schedule where people will get a percentage, and that's a $3.4 million investment. And then they're also increasing their student workers. So their student workers are not in alignment with the Flagstaff minimum wage. And in order to entice students to work for that lower amount, they do offer great flexibility. They can work between classes. So they have been paying the lowest of those student workers $12.15 an hour. And they're going to be raising that in the new fiscal year in July to $14.50 an hour, which will be a $2.2 million investment. And then CCC is offering 2% for their full-time faculty and 4% for their non-faculty, their technical and administrative staff in the new fiscal year.
Ask a question there, and you may not know the answer to this. You know, I know, for example, the county had frozen salaries, compensation for some time. And that's why last year, especially because we got ARPA funds to be able to plug in some of the other needs. Do you know if NAU, City of Flag, CCC did something similar where there are wage freezes going on?
I believe some of them did. I can look and get those actual numbers.
Thank you. That'd be great, Erica. Any other questions, members of the board? This is excellent information, and thank you for pulling this together. It's very complete.
Thank you.
Probably the second part of your question, Madam Chair, would be, and if they did they make up for it in the succeeding years or not?
That's why we want to find out what if there was a wage freeze and when those were. So we did that too, like NAU, we did last year a one-time pay increase in recognition of that pay. You know, we had frozen pay, county had frozen pay for so many years. We had those lean years. So.
Right.
Any other questions? All right.
All right, we'll turn it back over to County Manager Peru.
All right. Thanks, Erica, very much.
Madam Chair, there's one note about some of the information that Erica gave. was that at 46 cents for the average for those 76 positions that we compared to the city of Flagstaff, if they had those frozen years that you speak of too, that we have managed to sort of, and we do this, run together at about the same rates along. So even with our ups and downs, we suffer the same. I think one of the biggest times that we saw frozen wages, frozen vacancies, and budget cuts was during the 911, for instance. And so those kinds of years, then you roll into the Great Recession, the same thing happens. So it tends, we do as our partners do, we know we have the same influences and things. And I think that that 76% positions at a variance of only 46 cents is highly high and good evidence of how we sort of run along.
Yeah, I agree. And it's also interesting having, run my own business. I also know the businesses here in Flagstaff and in Coconino County, take a look at what the city and the county are doing to make sure that their pay schedules are also in line. So,
Thank you, Madam.
yeah, thanks.
Madam Chair, I would probably add to that one now. City has additional revenue sources. We have a tendency, and you guys could bring the validating information that once we give a raise and we finally get competitive with the city, shortly thereafter, they have a tendency to leap ahead of us, which makes it a little bit more challenging for us in that way. But we need the data to show that.
Do we have some technical?
We have some technical difficulties. The battery just went out and Supervisor Vasquez's
We will get
laptop.
you a new microphone, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, my laptop just went out. I guess it's not
It's a
charging.
laptop. It's the laptop, not my-
No, it's not the speaker, it's the laptop itself. This turned off. Oh, that would explain why. Wasn't all the way plugged in.
Did it come unplugged?
Do we need to take a minute or two?
I think we can.
Okay, all right. Well, he said we can
Power
continue.
through. It's charging up.
So Madam Chair, on to the next section, investment needs, FTEs, operations and capital. In addition to employee retention, the budget conversations with departments highlighted other organizational needs that we will touch on the next few slides. This slide, as you see in front of you, provides the total all funds FTE count from 2006 to 2022. And I think it's a pretty remarkable slide when we look at just the level, the relatively flat level that we've held for the last 15 years or so, if not longer. And this is a theme that we've heard throughout the conversations throughout the county, and it certainly was a theme that I heard when I was here 10 years ago, is that we have over time, and it certainly is based on our available revenues, being able to look at the long-term view, not expanding FTEs and then losing FTEs, and so keeping all of those in mind, we have held the same position. And in fact, if you look at the count, we're actually fewer positions today than we were in 2006. These are all funds.
And is that due just to the vacancies, or are those just positions?
Those are
whether
authorized
they're-
positions.
Got it. Thank you.
This next slide shows another dimension of that. And when we look at positions that are funded by other than the general fund, you see a different picture. So when we look at the employee funding mix, we see that the general fund has added positions over the years, but other funding sources like grants, positions funded by fees and state programs have cut the available funding for positions. And so it's almost a one-to-one difference when we look at that. Sometimes it happens when short-term or pilot project grants start and end. Other times it's when we have funds that when the funds are not maintained at the level needed to support staffing costs. And having in my past worked in grant-funded programs, and for all, most grants have funding available for staff as well, direct service. We've always, and we continue to this day, always look at what can we be providing in terms of direct service. And it's those individuals that receive the service that's most important. And oftentimes we would be probably losing positions in order to maintain the direct service benefit for clients, especially in grant programs. And so it's a priority that we've placed. But again, it's an important, it's pretty remarkable statistic or data.
Supervisor Fowler?
Could this also reflect the transfer from the state to the county, some of these positions?
Yes, because these are all funds, and that would be, because our total employee count is the 1,100 at this point in time. And so it would include positions that are funded by the state as well. So with that, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, when we see the trend that has occurred where state funding state participation in funding certain components of the county have been reduced, we continue to provide the service. So that's a good point.
Now, Supervisor Fowler, you need to make a statement about that because it's important that we keep underscoring the fact that there's more state mandates and the funding responsibilities are being shifted more and more to the county.
Yes. So
Yeah, they choose not to participate, putting it nicely.
Madam Chair, for the next slide, I'm going to ask Siri Mullaney to come up and provide the background on this particular slide, because again, it provides comparison with Coconino County to other similar counties. And some of the points here are really important to note. So, Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So this is another one with lots of numbers that I love. So I'll walk through it. Yes. Okay. So what we're looking at, you can see the census population across the bottom. We looked at the counties that had comparable populations to Coconino as our starting point. And we pulled from their adopted budget schedules. Fortunately, every county is required to provide their budget in the same schedules, which makes some level of comparability possible. So we looked at our FTEs by funding source. We have the general fund, special revenue funds, and capital projects funds going down. And then we, depending on the organization, there are also internal service fund staffing levels, but there's differences in the services provided by proprietary funds. Some are internal service, some are things like utilities. So we excluded that from our analysis. But what you can see then is sort of total governmental fund FTEs there. So we have Coconino at a total of 1,092 FTEs in our FY22 adopted budget. And then you can see Navajo, Cochise, Yuma, Mojave, and Yavapai going across to the right. And the low number is highlighted in green and the high number is in red. So when we just look at that top section for general fund staffing, Navajo County has the fewest general fund FTEs at 325, and Yavapai has the highest at 991. And one thing that's really important also to note for Coconino that we've heard our sister counties do not do is that in addition to budgeting staff in the general fund, we also support staff, as we noted this morning in those transfers out, who are in other funds. So when there are either funding reductions or the funding does not keep pace with the need to fund salary increases and benefit costs, quite often these other counties tell those funds and those departments that they're on their own. So they either have to cut hours, reduce staff, do strategies like that in order to stay in balance within those funds, where again, as a county, and Sue said it very, very well, and I forgot to put her quote. I forgot to bring it with me, so if she wants to elaborate, but really we do support all of our employees regardless of their funding source based on the value that they're providing to our citizens, and that's really important. So that is not folded into these numbers, but is significant additional support for FTEs in the general fund. So then you have two under the total, that's 4 lines down. Then you have two sort of percentages there to look at. So what we're comparing to here is what is the total FTE variance to Coconino? So for example, Navajo County with their 669 FTEs has 63% of the FTEs that Coconino County has. And Cochise at 844 has has a variance of 29% rather. So then it goes negative, right? Because Yuma has more FTEs, Mojave has more FTEs, and Yavapai has more FTEs. And then specifically, when we look at the general fund comparison, we're very close to Cochise, but not quite there. But then as we move along the path, we can see our variances. And our primary property tax rate is the next section. And this is really important. This sort of helps explain the data that we're seeing. So our primary property tax rate, as we've discussed, is the lowest in Arizona. And of these, Cochise actually has the highest rate. So you can see that highlighted in red. And then we look at the levy. So again, assessed values, of course, plays in. It's not just the rate, but the taxes collected is the total levy for the general fund. And when we do the math on that, we get Yavapai with the highest amount of primary property taxes collected, and Navajo has lower total collections, a slightly higher rate. So we're collecting a primary property tax levy of about $10 million compared to Yavapai that's at about $58 million. So that's how you read that. And then we have a variance there. So what we were looking at is then, so what does that mean for our FTEs? If we take an average cost of $80,000 or a median cost rather per FTE and just say for every county, if their median staffing cost is $80,000, that means for their general fund staffing, how much are they investing in FTE costs? So 44 million for Coconino, just doing that math versus a 79 million for Yavapai. And then what percentage of our FTEs are actually covered by property taxes? Because this is really important as we think about the stability of our revenue sources. Property taxes are very stable for all of these counties because we know that what we can levy every year at a minimum and then grow at 2%. And we often collect very close to the amount that's levied within 1% most years versus those sales taxes that we are heavily dependent on that go up and down. So this helps sort of explain the story that you've seen, explain those charts of our FTEs, because it does go back to the financial planning section, why that is really important. Our FTE costs are very much tied to revenue streams that can go up and down in different economic cycles. So in other words, we're only covering 23% of our estimated general fund staffing costs with property taxes. So that means that difference, 77%, is coming from those sources that are economically driven and can fluctuate versus, again, as we go all the way over to the right to look at Yavapai, they're able to cover 74%, even with a much higher FTE count. You can see 991 FTEs in their general fund, and they're able to cover 74% of that estimated cost through property taxes. So that's sort of how you read this slide. I know it's a lot of information. I want to see if I'm county manager.
So basically, that's the punishment of having it, of being fiscally conservative, but being frozen at that rate is the implication associated with it.
I was going to say the very same thing. Also, the importance of keeping that 2% going, just so that we don't fall any more behind.
So Madam Chair, the next slide, again, looking at inflation, and Erica touched on this as well. Inflation, and you can see from 1990 to where it's now. And the reason we provide this, and we all know it's not certainly difficult to understand, factoring into our employees and the day-to-day experience of our employees is living here. And while I can appreciate, and I certainly appreciate the comment on relative to a market study and looking at the structural pieces of our compensation plan, the two items that are clearly evident, that would certainly be enhanced with the market study, but stand on their own, is inflation and also the cost of housing. Those are the drivers in our community that will continue to impact the county's ability to retain and to recruit employees to the county. And so that's why we've added this slide to the deck.
And of course, housing has been high for probably as long as I've ever lived here. And but inflation is a new factor that we're dealing with.
Yep. And then the next slide, looking at capital, 2 to 5 year timeline for the master plan initial steps. Conversation that was presented to us by Tom Hanchek and his team and other stakeholders, and including many stakeholders here from the county, was very important. So because when we look at going out, and the availability of funding and the priorities for those funds relative to operational expenses, compensation expenses, and looking at capital, we have to be very, very cognizant of the fact that we are not going to be able to make it all happen. You know, we're going to have to look at some priorities. Very likely, we'll be looking at potential tax funding for capital in terms of bond indebtedness to create the revenue. And of course, we'll have the debt service to have to accommodate, but looking at that is going to be an important component. Public Works presentation regarding Herf capital. We're having that on May 3rd, and looking at other, you know, operational or capital expenses that come through for transportation purposes. And then flood control, the rate increase to address capital project needs. And so we have a pretty ambitious plate of capital needs here at the organization, some with revenues that are dedicated for that, others that we will need to be looking at alternate sources of revenue, i.e. through bond indebtedness. The final section that is going to be presented is, I'm going to turn it back to Siri. And this is the final section. We're just before noon. If Madam Chair, if we can continue through the final section, I will be wrapping up in about 20 minutes.
Members of the board, I suggest we continue. Unless there's objection, let's go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So in this section, we are going to go into some detail on what the general fund looks like with the various recommendations that you see in your board books for the upcoming fiscal year. So our first slide is titled Balanced Plan. And what we're showing here is where we started earlier in the presentation with recurring funds available. If you recall, we had more like $6 million of recurring funds available initially, but then we had those mandates that had to come off the top, leaving us earlier on with 3.2 million of recurring funds available for investment. And then on the one-time funds, again, we started with 17.4 million after those adjustments, the initial adjustments were made. Walking through, then you can see that there are department budget recommendations in your packet. There is a summary in your introductory section that has the detail behind what makes up these numbers, and then the balance going to the compensation fund. And we will provide details on the compensation fund and what that looks like on our next slide. That really brings us back down to not having recurring funds available after these investments are put into the budget. So making a balanced recurring budget, if you will, with the investments that you see. And then on the one-time side, we have department budget recommendations. Again, you have that in your packet of what that 3.5 million is made up of. We also, again, going back to that CPI slide and earlier conversations about the cost of things like fuel, we did put in a 5% CPI, approximately 5% CPI adjustment for the departments to help them address the rising costs for the upcoming fiscal year. And then again, an investment into the compensation fund. So that leaves about $1 million available of one-time funds after those adjustments. So the compensation investment fund is shown before you. So on the left, what you have is the cost of our typical merit adjustments for staff by fiscal year as you look at those that are titled Merit FY24, Merit FY25, et cetera, down the line. So starting with those, if after fiscal year 23, we resumed a typical merit structure of 2.5%, you can see the additional cost that we have above the budgeted amount that's typically in our budget listed. So we have, we have the full cost because it's spread over the number of years. This is a 5-year strategy. So for example, FY27, the annual cost is $1.3 million for 1 year. FY26, it's 2.65 million because it covers 2 years of funding, FY25, 3 years, et cetera. So that's how you sort of read that from the bottom up is what is the 5-year cost. So then when we look at the FY23 pay plan, we're looking at a full 5 years of implementation And so that's why the cost is 20.3 million. That's not a one-time cost. That is over the course again of the 5 years in the 5-year outlook. And then those additional FY22 investments that were already made. So we're looking at a 5-year cost plus FY22 investments of $40.6 million. Then to the right, this really speaks to the funding of the plan. So how did we get to having a balanced compensation investment fund? So what we have, again, we already put in the 7.1 million, and that's through the form of the sheriff's pay plan that we already adopted and those additional market adjustments that were spoken to earlier. So 5-year cost of that, plus then the 10-year plan merit that was already in the budget. So if we put that into the compensation fund, what had we already committed to? If we think back to our earlier plan, we had planned for the merit increase in FY24, FY26, and FY27. But our initial recessionary plan did not have an adjustment in it for 25. So this is just the funds that we had in our last 10-year plan forecast for merit. And then the two investments from this current year budget. So if we take the one-time, that's the easiest one to tie out. If we go back, the one-time adjustment of 12.1 million, you can see that ties to that compensation fund number, the second to the bottom, that one-time, that is that number. So we're putting that into the compensation fund as a one-time. We're then taking the recurring 2.4 million, multiplying it out, and coming up with a 5-year investment as well based on the recurring funds invested there. So that's how we're getting to that balanced budget of 40.65 million, again, to fund a commitment to our staff, an initial commitment, if you will, of merit increases, barring, again, anything that happens that maybe changes the outlook or changes that scenario. But this is how we would approach creating a compensation fund for the next 5 years. And when we look at the 10-year plan, we'll see why using that one-time, using those one-time funds is very important to sort of the overall strategy, while it does maintain a balanced budget.
So I have a question if I can. So as I understand from Erica's presentation last week, that there was a merit, in essence, there were two potential increases. One, the annual increase, and then the second was a merit increase based on your anniversary date.
Yes, Chair Horstman, that is correct. That was the scenario presented.
And so is that included in here as well?
Yes.
Okay. So the one-time increase was at what percent? 6%?
So it was proposed as an initial increase, but with a recurring factor. So it wouldn't, the pay wouldn't change next year, right? It would be a recurring addition to the baseline. So that amount was a flat amount. And so the percentage really recalculates depending on the employee's initial salary, because it was flat for all employees, the same annual increase.
That's what we did last year. That second increase we gave, I think, was $1 across the board, right?
That is correct. And that was part of the initial recommendation for this year as well, to do initially a flat amount adjustment for everyone. So not $1 per hour, but based on the same amount really for every employee annual salary change.
Okay. So it would be helpful to get an idea of what that equals in terms of percentage increase. You know, if we're trying to compare, maybe we aren't, but if we're trying to compare apples to apples, you know, if we take a look at City of Flag, NAU, CCC, they talk about a percentage merit increase, you know, a percentage one-time payment. So if we can have just some basis, and I know we're doing it a little different, but we'd like to have some comparison if we can.
Certainly, Chair Horstman. So part of the reason why we were looking at a flat amount based on the annual salary is because that flat amount is a much larger percentage for the people in the lowest grades.
I get that, yes.
And so we do have those numbers and can bring them forward to you as far as what the average percentage increase would be for each grade. And we did calculate that percentage increase overall. Last Tuesday, I shared that it was a 9.2% average increase across all the grades and a $5,400 average to their annual salary increase.
Thank you. And that's what I remember too. I didn't bring my paperwork from it. And,
Mhm.
and that 9.2 average, does
Nine-
that, pardon me?
9.1.
9.1% average.
Mm-hmm.
The 9.1% average, does that doesn't, that's in it, the merit increase would be in addition to that, or is that part of it?
That is part of it. That
That's what I thought.
includes all of
Okay,
it.
good.
So in looking at that WXYZ recommendation, the W was a $2,000 to annual base that did move the ranges. The next component, the X was a 1750 to the annual
Right,
that did not move the ranges. Then the Y is a up to 1% longevity adjustment, where 1% is given for people who are in their with the county in a regular service position for 10 years or greater. And then that last percentage was the merit percentage. And so we wanted to give the average overall, even though that merit component, the Z component, was on a different time
sure,
frame.
and that makes sense. So, and I guess it would be good just for us as we move forward. This is only day one in a very long budget process, to get other options as we move forward. So, in other words, you talked about schedule. I think it was grade 7 in particular,
Yes.
that grade 7 was really going to be impacted by this Flagstaff's minimum wage. And we want to make sure that we meet our minimum wage, needless to say. So, obviously that's something that we need to take care of. But I think it'd be good to have other options moving forward, so that, we have, this is a great option. I understand this is a recommendation. And I totally get that. But as we move forward in trying to balance our needs to maintain the very best compensation plan we can for our employees here in the county, who we value greatly, with all the other potential needs that we have. So it would be good just to get some other options as we move forward.
Madam Chair, if I can just clarify.
Sure.
Other options would be to look at the framework, but different percentages.
That's correct. That's
but
correct,
not-
County
Okay,
Manager.
I want to make sure that that was clear.
Yes.
because We do feel that the XYZ format does cover a broad part of the compensation, but looking again at half of this, quarter of that.
You got it.
Okay.
And by the way, I really like the XYZ in that those that are compensated on the lower part of the salary schedule get a little bit bigger boost. I think that is absolutely fair. I'm glad to see you doing that. So, but I think we just need to have some more options. I think we did that last year too. We were doing this, is coming up with other compensation options would be helpful.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next slide you're seeing is the first 5 years of the general fund 10-year plan. So just for orientation, on the left, we have our fiscal year 22 forecast. And then we have fiscal year 23 based on the current assumptions that have been presented for revenues and expenditures. And 24 and 25 there in that box, again, thinking back to our long-term outlook for revenue, those are the years where we have us sort of falling below that sustainable line on our primarily our tax revenues. And then a forecast for recovery into 26 and 27. So that's on the revenue side of things. Then as we look at the expenditure and transfers out, you'll see a new section, compensation fund, that is highlighted in that box. And really what you're seeing is an investment in 22, just really setting it up for 23. But then buying down, if you will, or using up then that compensation fund set aside of one-time dollars in the other years of the forecast. So you can see how the one-time money gets spread out across the other years. And what that looks like then is change to the fund balance. Had we not been discussing this compensation fund, we were anticipating a $12 million increase in our fund balance for fiscal year 22. And that is very significant. A lot of it really truly is, again, thinking back to where we were on the revenue side of things, we saw sales tax and state shared sales tax be much higher than originally anticipated. A lot of the COVID pent up demand, we saw a lot of retail growth. That is not something we expect to see in perpetuity has led to us exceeding our budgeted forecast for the year, along with, again, as discussed, $2.77 million of forecasted vacancy savings. And I will note that that 2.77 is after certain department requests that were approved to use some of their savings for other purposes. Typically, those requests are reserved for things that are directly tied to the vacancies. For example, if we need to contract out staff to cover our duties, and we do need to use vacancy savings for that. But this year, we also had some other requests for other purposes. And so this is net of that. Had those requests not been granted, we would have been at well over $3 million of forecasted turnover savings. So again, that leads to that increase in our fund balance above what we had anticipated. So what we're proposing is to put that into the compensation fund. And you can see the ending fund balance along the bottom. So again, if we think of removing the compensation fund, we would actually be ending this year with about a $47 million fund balance. What we have then at the bottom is our emergency reserve and contingency set at 15% of revenues. So just a comparison there, that's a big question point that we would have, in terms of our fund balance. So what we're providing here is really showing a spend down or an investment of that fund balance into compensation. So we can provide our citizens and our taxpayers with a plan for where we are now with our fund balance and our exceeding our reserves, but how then those dollars are used committed really to the compensation fund and other one-time initiatives that we'll hear about in the budget discussions over the course of this year. Another major thing to note in this fiscal year forecast is that a big portion is the American Rescue Plan funds, again, that we're going towards revenue replacement. If we did not have that, we would not have, again, seen such a significant increase in our fund balance. So that's just something else to point out. Is that impact on the general fund balance is not something that is going to happen year over year and was $9.2 million. So looking across the bottom, we do anticipate that in the years where our revenue is falling, we will need to use more of our fund balance. So as you look at the net change in fund balance, our low point in fiscal year 25, as we anticipate a revenue deviation, we would look to be using $3 million of revenue smoothing, or in this case, going into our fund balance by $3 million. And then through the recovery period, continuing to use the fund balance there. So you can see then by the FY27 forecast, our ending fund balance is $15.7 million compared to our reserve of $12.8 million. And then on the next slide, we have the additional forecasted numbers for the out years of the plan. And this is really where things get a little more uncertain. We're looking at a 10-year outlook. Year one right now even is incredibly uncertain with where we are. But as we move on into 10 years, it's really, we can make our best good faith effort for this. But at this point, there's a lot of decisions that could happen. We could lose certain federal sources. We could have increases to others. Something significant can change. And so we just want to keep this in mind in terms of, are we in balance? And the short answer to that is yes. So as you look at the net change in fund balance all the way out to fiscal year 31, you can see there's no longer investments coming in the form of supplementing the compensation fund. This is truly just our anticipated sort of operating revenue over expenses. $58,000, that's a balanced budget right there in that out year. So then going down to our ending fund balance, once again, keeping in mind that as revenues fall typically during recession period, it takes a few years to return to that line. So once again, we have a negative net change in fund balance, using some of our reserves, and then at the very end, being very close on our anticipated ending fund balance to our emergency reserve, being very close to having rebuilt that capacity back in. So you can see, I guess, from the numbers that we're still taking the same approach we've always taken. The number we've always looked at for, is this a balanced recurring budget, is that 10th year net change in fund balance. And we want that to be as close to even as possible to consider it to be a balanced budget over 10 years. But what's also important is that we're looking over 5 years as well in this case, because just, the level of certainty again between the two. So we're trying to take a balanced approach between a shorter term outlook or the slightly more certain, if you will, time frame for a balanced budget, which we have, and then the longer term outlook as well to maintain that financial planning mindset that we've always had. So with that, I know it's a lot of numbers, so I'd like to pause and answer any questions.
Members of the board, do you have any questions? It is a lot of numbers.
Still processing, Madam Chair, but yeah, I get the gist of what's going on.
If we are in person, I know I don't want to sound like we had this community meeting and somebody said, where is the digital pointer? But if we're in person, it might be helpful.
I was going to suggest the same thing.
Were you really?
Yeah, yeah.
Because believe it or not, I mean, I'm doing my very best, but I got lost.
Yeah.
So,
And that is, Madam Chair, that's some excellent feedback though, as we start the hybrid process, is to have someone like me at the cursor to say, okay, you see here, because then you'd be able to see on the
that
screen.
would be, yeah, or because it's hard to see that cursor.
It's a little
so-
dark, but yeah, if we would do something.
Yeah,
So
but that's better. That would work.
that's very good feedback. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm usually a little slow, so I'm looking for the number series talking about trying to match the columns and rows.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
appreciate
that
because
helps.
again, we're still trying this out, so being able to follow along. Okay. Madam Chair, we went over department materials. So this is a wrap up. A couple of items, though, if I could just take a couple of moments, and then I would like to also call in Lucinda and Sue to offer any comments as well. So we hoped what we've been able to achieve today is a pretty deep dive on both the revenue and the expenditure side of the county. There are advantages, opportunities, and challenges on each side. I think on the revenue side, we were able to show what if. What if we hadn't, where we're at today is a product of where we were at 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And the importance of your actions, no pressure here, but your actions today will be the basis of really what we're going for. Until there is another or different kind of a constitutional amendment that changes, it is what it is. But having said that, I think it also goes to credit to the county has always been a very fiscally conservative county. In light of the fact, though, that we've also been a very progressive county in other ways. We were one of the first counties in Arizona that had its own community action program. And this was, the war on poverty. We're one of the first counties that have done a lot of different things. And it's good to be the first. We're one of the first counties that set up COVID testing. Again, so from the very many years ago to now, we continue to do things. We're one of the first counties that is going to have as ambitious a forest restoration program as possible. That we have the head of the Forest Service on speed dial, and he answers the phone. And so there's a lot of things, but so on the revenue side, we definitely have some opportunities and challenges with regard to the mix of property tax as well as sales tax. Sales tax, we're so fortunate to be in a county that typically draws the sales tax. We have I think very fortunate conditions with regard to people love to come here to experience all of the county, not just Flagstaff, all of the county. But we also know that the vulnerability is COVID. The vulnerability is, heaven forbid, another thing that has a global disruption that would affect individuals wanting to come here. And so that's a vulnerability. On the expenditure side, I was somewhat floored by that FTE slide. The same 3 fewer employees today than we had in 2006. It goes to show, though, that with the few of us, we do a lot of great things. And so in comparison to our comparator counties that have a higher property tax rate, that have a higher levy, that in some cases have fewer population to serve, we do a lot with a little. But we also look at the challenge with our expenditure is that, and you will hear this from departments next week, particularly probably those in constitutional offices, is our unhealthy reliance on salary savings. We have, and departments have been able to provide operational services to the public, in some cases by the fact that we've had salary savings. And there is I don't want to say a consequence, but the unintended consequence of full employment with compensation being where it should be, and the reduction of positions vacant, and the reduction of salary savings in departments will be some pressure on the operation side. This year, we did allocate a 5%, which does not keep pace with inflation right now, but it does provide some ability or some capacity for departments to navigate on the operational side. So again, that is a challenge that we have on the expenditure side. And then one final comment, when we look at our world within the county, within the state, within the nation, within the world, this has been on my to-do list and I just have not gotten around to it, but I would like to ask your permission to invite Alan McGuire to present to the board. He can do it virtually, to give us an economic outlook of what's happening with our state economy, our national economy, and our international economy. Because he's been someone we've relied upon for many years, and he's given us a lot of good information that we've taken seriously as we've planned for the future. And so we will find some time, probably at the end of a day, to have him. He can join us virtually or in person. But I think having a larger context, our fishbowl is big, larger than the country of Switzerland. But when we look at the state and the country and our international activity, I think he would provide some good input. So
I think that's an excellent idea if he'd be willing to do
Yeah,
that. So
he would. So, and with your permission, I would like to ask Lucinda and Sue to provide just some
Sure.
perspective and then turn it back to the board
Sure.
for closing.
Just real quick,
Yeah.
if I can just follow up on what you were saying, County Manager, the other concern I think is that we're seeing, and I know Erica presented on this, the benefits, especially medical benefits, it's going up and up and up. And a certain percentage also comes out of the employee's paycheck. So what we'd hate to see is that we're increasing their salary and their take home is really not, is meaningless.
Right.
Because it's paying for those benefits. And so that's something really important I think we need to look at as well. So thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Really want to take the opportunity to really frankly talk pretty directly about the compensation issue. I know this is a major decision for you. This is not an easy decision. I recognize that. And, I've been with the county now almost 20 years and we have struggled with this issue for a long time. And I think frankly, it's finally come home to roost. And I think this is an opportunity at this point in time, given how strong our financials are. And yes, we don't know the future but this plan that Steve and Siri have put together with the compensation fund and developing a mechanism to fund that and not be able to sustain that and the organization over the long term is really important. And I think that if you look back at other times in our history when we've done similar things, where we've built in these types of strategies, that as a county, those have really contributed to our success. And right now, to say we are bleeding right now, she didn't share, but for operators, we're at 36% vacancy rate. We are everyone that calls in to complain that we haven't been out on the normal blading schedule. I'm telling everybody, be direct with people. We do not have adequate staff right now to maintain our service levels. That is the straight up truth. And now we've got another disaster. We're pulling people off to assist people that have been impacted. Rightly so. They've lost their homes. They need help. So those people that can work the weekends, frankly, don't have another job already on the weekends. um, are out there. And right now, for every one person we hire, we're still in a point of where we're losing people. So, right. But I have had two people who have left the organization in the last 6 months to a year call me and say, hey, I think I understand the county's looking at a compensation increase. I really want to come back. If it's substantial enough that I can match what I'm making now and out there, then I will. And know that many of not all the departments, but there are certain departments in particular, like Public Works, that, and particularly, I'll say the grades of the people who I say do the work, who are actually out there getting their hands dirty and do the work, be it in Parks and Rec facilities, Public Works, other places, that competition for those workers right now is extremely competitive. And what you see in terms of the competitiveness with the institutions, that's not where we're losing people to. We're losing people to private sector. And so, which the construction industry and other industries right now are extremely, are extremely busy. That's great for our economy, but it's affecting our workforce dramatically, and it's affecting our service levels. And so I just want you to really take this opportunity seriously. I think it's a very well-developed plan. I think it will probably be the most important thing that we've done since we went to this financial model in 2007. If you move ahead, this will be the most influential thing we're going to do probably for the next 20 years for this organization and for our communities and service levels. So, with that, as we go along, if there are questions or conversations we need to discuss things, we certainly are available to do that. But it's a unique time and an opportunity where we can respond. So thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much. This is my first time addressing the board as a deputy county manager from this position. I think previous budget years, I did it from the department aspect. For 12 years as a director, but 24 years as an employee of this organization. And what I've known from the very beginning is that this county must balance. We must always show balance. Balance because we are beholden to a tourist economy, and we know that, and we do it very well. But we are also beholden to the vagaries of the world, as we knew in 9/11 and in the Great Recession and in this pandemic. We have a series of issues at hand, and we have a series of needs to be able to continue to provide the services that we always have, and frankly, we always will. That is what we do, public service. It is not going to be an easy decision for this board, as it was not an easy decision for the county manager's office to present these recommendations. There is give and take throughout these recommendations in this budget. But what we have provided you today is our analysis and our conversations and our commitments throughout these numbers. And we hope that you find in them a path forward, because we feel that we show an investment in the amazing people who provide service every day and in the services to the citizens who need them so much. With that, I hope that you do ask us questions, that we can provide some additional insight. We have already had a number of conversations with the departments about the recommendations, and we sure look forward to having more of them. It's our first day. It's been a great conversation thus far. We have 2 more weeks. We can review all the way through, and we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you to both the deputy county managers for your input on this. We value your comments greatly, so thank you. Any other comments from members of the board?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say something. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you. And definitely want to look into the investment for the compensation fund. And just want to let folks know that I did get an email over the weekend talking about how the investment in our law enforcement helps save some of our officers from leaving. And so I wonder how that would impact countywide. And so I would really like to see us push to be able to provide that compensation package, if not at the full amount that's presented, as close to it as possible. So that way we can help retain some of our staff. Thank you.
Can't hear who's speaking.
No, Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, that was you speaking. Oh, your microphone. Oh my gosh, that's a quarter, isn't it? So just my comments, really appreciate, there's a lot of work that goes into it. And for all of us, you know, there are many items that we'll be looking at. We look forward to the opportunity to hear, you know, the stories from each of the departments, what you're dealing with currently, what your thoughts are for the future. And we have a busy couple of weeks that we'll be working on. So I wish everybody good rest so we can begin again afresh tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you for the presentations that were presented this morning to us. And certainly, you know, compensation is usually one of the big topics. And, you know, in any kind of dealings with budget and the budget processes. And like I said, you know, there's the compensation plan. There's other things that can be used to really, you know, use those things that, you know, can help us along the way too. And I know that also that ARPA funding is a one-time thing that has come our way. And then I also know there's a lot of needs out there. I've often spoken about grant writing, how we should be able to sit. I know there are some grant writers, but how we're gonna, you know, get maybe one in within the administration here. And then also the other thing is that we're talking about economic development. You know, I see that we have 2/3 of our budget coming from sales tax, and we can no longer operate in that essence is what I'm feeling. And so we got to move forward with other avenues to ensure that we know we get funding so we can go ahead and do a lot more. And certainly there's no question about the staff not doing their job or whatever, you know, because I see a lot of within the year and 4 months that I've been here, you know, there's a lot of things that has happened, and there's a lot of communication, a lot of coordination and stuff like that. But, you know, we need to be sustainable, you know, in everything that we're doing and even in our plans. So that's what I would like to say, you know, regarding this budget. But certainly we have the rest of the week, next week part, you know, to really look. And I encourage my colleagues to take a look at this budget, that information that was given to us, because it does tell a lot, a big story and a lot, you know, as far as those numbers are going. I was doing some calculations along the side, you know, to see maybe there's another avenue, you know, to take certain things, but, you know, we can all give and take. It's going to take, you know, us giving and, you know, all of us, the board and, you know, the staff, you know, you know, where my dad always uses the analogy, you know, we go 50% if you're in a marriage, you know, if one does any less, then you're going to wreck your train or whatever, you know. So that's kind of something that I'm thinking about sitting here. How do we best do this, that, you know, that we retain our employees, and then also that, you know, we continue the services. And there's no doubt that the county is a forerunner and a lot of projects are happening, you know, I see that. So I just want to say, you know, there's other opportunities and bringing more funds in somehow, somewhere. And so that's what my thoughts are. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments at this time?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, you know, it's always interesting how we go through these budgets and how many budgets have we been through. And every year seems like we focus on one area and more than other areas. And compensation has been a forefront for all these years. And we're always trying to catch up with it. we're always doing a catch-up game. And so I'm really interested in just seeing how it rolls out through all of the departments when this plan that's being proposed. And then it really shows too that we as a county, we really have to look at our economy and how do we generate more dollars into our county budget? How do we do that, and what should be our focus? And then what are the bridges that we can create to be able to sustain ourselves, to be able to carry ourselves further without using our own county funds? That's what ARPA did. And that's what we're really looking at, infrastructure bill that's maybe coming, that will be coming through. And then what other opportunities are there? But those bridges, we have to have a matching funds for those. And how do we create that? And that's something that we really have to concentrate on, is our revenue, protecting ourselves. We're looking into 10 years. How can we build our economy to be able to address the needs that we identified, and we have identified what we are already working on, and it takes many years to be able to build everything. And how are we going to do that? And do we have the resources to be able to make be able to build our economy and be able to build our budget, and that's it. So that's, I think it's going to be, this is just really reflects that. It just has filtered up to the top. It has been that way all these years, but this year it seems like it's right there, ready for us to open that door. So thank you so much.
For tomorrow, so we start at 9 o'clock. So your board meeting, so it's a regular board meeting, starts at 9. We'll be giving an update on tunnel, and then the regular meeting starts at 10 o'clock. And then after the meeting, we're scheduled to come back into session at 1 o'clock. And then the afternoon, we've got Public Works lined up for the Public Works, the Department, Solid Waste, and Mechanical Services. Later in the week, we'll be bringing back the Public Works team to go over flood control, district forest initiatives, and the Community Wildfire Defense Program. So those are the schedule for tomorrow. Back to you, ma'am.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I would only note that on the schedule that some people may have in their book or in their materials, it does say the board meeting starts at 8.
Yeah, it
So we-
does.
Yeah, we just want to confirm that it starts at 9.
Madam Chair, I'm sure we have it in here with the multiple things we were sent, but the current schedule of which departments we're looking at. Yeah.
Schedules in the front of the book.
We'll, any changes, we'll send the revised schedule, but I think those are the only changes we had is the start time for tomorrow. So, Madam Chair, for the staff side, that concludes our presentation to the board.
Thank you, and thank you for all who have contributed today. It's a lot. It is day one of a long 2 weeks, and we so appreciate your professionalism, your recommendations, and your dedication. So thank you so much.
And everybody get well, right?
To conclude for the day that we will not be coming back. Is that correct?
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.